Dr. Vasandan, sir.
Sir, I'm just waiting for principal to come in.
Okay, okay.
It'll take just 2 minutes, sir. Very sorry.
Okay, no problem, sir. No problem, sir. Maithili ma'am, sir vandona nama start panniralam.
Yes, sir.
Sir vandona nama start panniralam.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I also need our president sir to get in, sir.
Okay.
Sir, you just find other names from our department, sir. Agalya, Shivashakti, Pungodi.
Okay,
they
okay,
should,
ma'am.
they
Okay,
three of our department members need to be let in,
yes.
sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Maithili madam.
Yes, sir.
Maithili madam, our sir ulla vantaramma, avara allow panni vidunga. Sudhakar sir.
Nala sir. Sudhakar, a person named Sudhakar will be there.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Avanga ulla idu pannirunga.
இதுல பார்க்கவே சொல்லாதவங்க. சுதாகர் பாரு.
Madam, Maithili madam. Maithili madam.
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me? The participants என்ன 11 இருக்குது அவங்க இங்க பேப்பர் பிரசன்டேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் அவங்க உள்ள லிங்க்ல வருவாங்களா?
Yes, sir. Paper presentation is from 2 to 5 p.m, sir.
இல்ல மேடம். இப்ப அவங்க எல்லாமே இதுல வருவாங்க இல்ல லிங்க்ல?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
ஏன்னா பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் பாத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 12-15 தான் இருக்குது.
Yes, sir.
அதான் கேட்டேன் நான். சரி.
Yes, sir. Sir, our college president, sir, is here inside the meeting. Good morning, Sudhakar, sir.
Ma'am,
sir,
so many are waiting. We'll just admit.
Okay.
So many are waiting, ma'am. We'll admit after the dignitaries.
Yes, sir.
Sir, vantarunga ulla madam?
Sir, president sir vantarunga, sir.
Right, okay.
Sir, vandittu sir.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
மைதிலி மேம்.
Yes, sir.
ஜூம் மீட்டிங்குள்ள பார்ட்டிசிபென்ட்ஸ் யாரும் நம்ம இன்னும் பெர்மிட் பண்ணல.
Yes, sir.
ஒன்ஸ் அவங்க எல்லாத்துக்கும் லிங்க் அனுப்பிட்டோம் நாம.
Yes, sir.
நம்மளுடைய இந்த ஹோஸ்டிங் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் பீப்புள் எல்லாம் உள்ள வந்ததுக்கு பிறகு தான் நம்ம அவங்கள இன்க்ளூட் பண்ண போறோம்.
Yes, sir.
Sir, principal,
they are waiting in waiting room.
Okay, sir. One more person will be there named Shivashakti, sir. She is also our
okay, ma'am. One second, ma'am. Ma Shivashakti parma.
Sir, our principal is in.
Yes. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, good
morning.
Sir. Very.
Kavi.
Okay then, sir.
Kavi.
Bala sir, we are ready, sir.
Shall we?
One second.
You wish. Shall we go ahead? Sir, shall we go ahead?
Yes, madam. Madam, you can go.
One second. எல்லாத்தையும் அட்மிட் பண்ணுங்க. பண்ணுமா? பண்ணிருக்கீங்களா?
start பண்ணுங்க.
அட்மிட் பண்ணிட்டேமா? மொத்தமா ஒரே நான் பேசுற கேளுமா? ஆகட்டுமா? ஒரே சமயத்தில் பண்ணுமா? அட்மிட் ஆல்.
We are just waiting to admit people, otherwise we are ready.
Good morning, sir.
Hello, sir.
Morning, sir.
Sir, shall we? Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to the esteemed roll of honor, the organizing committee, the secretaries, principals, heads of departments, faculty members, research scholars, students, and all the presenters. I extend a hearty welcome to the two-day international conference on social perspectives in contemporary literature, jointly organized by National College Trichy, Sri VASAVI College Erode, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts, and Science. To welcome is to show honor. To welcome is to establish integrity. To now officially welcome the gathering, let me now invite Dr. K.S. Saradambal, Assistant Professor and Head of the Department of English, Sri VASAVI College.
A very good morning to all. Sir, can I continue?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
A very good morning to all. What is wonderful about great literature is that it transforms the man who reads it towards the condition of the man who wrote, and brings to birth in us also the creative impulse. These lines of E.M. Foster reflects the main objective of this two-day international conference on social perspective in contemporary literature for the academician to analyze different societies around the world. This conference provides a great platform to the researchers to come together and experience the enlightenment in the form of plenary talks, keynote speakers, paper presentation, discussion, and many more. It gives me a great pleasure to be a part of this two-day international online conference by Bodhi International Journal, jointly organized by Sri VASAVI College Erode and National College Trichy. Bodhi International Journal needs a special mention here as it is committed to bring together academicians, research scholars, and students from all over the world. And today, this conference has become a reality because of the wonderful efforts taken by the good hearts behind the journal's editorial board. On behalf of the Sri VASAVI College Erode and National College Trichy, I'm very happy to welcome each and everyone associated with this conference. My heartiest welcome to Thiru N. Sudhakar, President, Sri VASAVI College, to propose the inaugural address. Warm welcome to Dr. R. Sundararaman, Principal, National College, to give the presidential address. I'm very happy to welcome Dr. N. Jayakumar, Principal, Sri VASAVI College, Erode, to offer felicitation. I wholeheartedly welcome resource persons from India and from Saudi Arabia. A very hearty welcome to the chairpersons from different colleges. Finally, I'm very happy to welcome all the participants who are going to be greatly benefited by this international conference. On behalf of the organizing committee, I'm very happy to welcome one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We now welcome Dr. R. Sundararaman, Principal of National College, to deliver the presidential address.
Esteemed Chief Guest, Sri N. Sudhagar, President of the VASAVI College, revered Secretary of National College, Sri K. Raghunathan, revered Secretary of Sri VASAVI College, Sri Sadasivam, the esteemed editor of Bodhi International Journal, Principal of Sri VASAVI College, Dr. Jayakumar, dear Dr. Vasandan, Dr. Maithili, Dr. Kavirase, beloved colleagues, and my dear students. It is indeed a great privilege to preside over this prestigious international online conference. It is joint venture of 3 renowned institutions on a fascinating topic. Literature is a perennial source of knowledge and joy. That is why Ramayana, Mahabharata, works of Shakespeare, John Milton, Tagore, and Bharatiya are celebrated and enjoyed even in the present scenario of digital tsunami. We are bombarded with 1,000 forms of entertainment and information in the form of 24-hour news, Netflix, Amazon, etc. Even then, the love and appreciation for literature is alive, at least among the wiser section of the society. This is ample proof of the greatness and sweetness of literature. Contemporary literature is a magnificent part of literature. It portrays the joy, pleasures, pains, pathos, values, relationships, etc. of a society. For example, R.K. Narayan's Waiting for the Mahatma is a brilliant portrayal of the social and political situation of those times. The God of Small Things highlights the intricate emotions of the individuals and brings before us the norms and customs of the particular society. The reader is taken on a marvelous journey into the past. We experience those great and lovable moments only through literature. This conference is a wonderful opportunity to explore and enjoy subtle and explicit pleasures of literature. I convey my hearty thanks to the chief guest, secretaries of National College and VASAVI College, and the editor of Bodhi Journal. I place on record my sincere appreciation to Vasan, Dr. Maithili, and Dr. Kavirase for this novel format. As a professor of commerce, I am happy about the optimization of the resources as the event benefits both the colleges. My best wishes to the faculty and my dear students. Once again, I wish this conference a grand success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I now invite Thiru N. Sudhakar, President of Sri VASAVI College, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Indeed, a novel idea, social perspectives in contemporary literature, and a collaborative effort with National College, Trichy, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science. I wish to pay my respects to the Principal of National College, Secretary of National College, the Head of the Department of English of National College, and the Principal of Sri VASAVI College, Secretary of our VASAVI College, Head of the Department of English of our VASAVI College. It is a pleasure for me to take part in this virtual meet with so many eminent people who have very eminent knowledge in the field of English literature. Definitely this social perspective for contemporary literature is very innovative, because normally literature or contemporary literature, we will discuss about the drama, the poetry, the romance. That is what the English literature is famous for. But to connect it with the society, the social perspective, will definitely take a different turn and give us all a better understanding, especially to those research scholars and the participants who have been admitted into this international conference. I think when you talk of society or social, each and every aspect of the society, like even the political economics, will be dealt by this contemporary literature. Hope I am right in saying so. And at this juncture, I wouldn't like to take up much of the time here, because virtual is very, very scarce time for us. I would like to congratulate the organizers of this conference. I'd also like to congratulate the, yes, please excuse me. The Bodhi, one second, please, sorry.
Bodhi International Journals.
Bodhi International Journal, Dr. S. Balakrishnan, for organizing this in a wonderful manner. At the same time, I would like to congratulate our organizing secretaries of both the colleges, National College of Trichy, Dr. R. Vasantham, and our Sri VASAVI College, Dr. N. Maithili, for their excellent innovative arrangements in this conference. I hope all the participants, the beneficiaries of this conference will gain a lot of knowledge and will be able to put it through to the society, because the aim of education or an education organization is to ultimately improve the society. The society is the main beneficiary of education. So my hearty congratulations for
Thank you so much, sir. We now invite Dr. N. Jayakumar, Principal of Sri VASAVI College, to felicitate the gathering.
So thank you, madam. Good morning to honor. Can you hear me, madam?
Yes, sir.
So good morning to one and all. So on behalf of the VASAVI management and as a principal of Sri VASAVI College and all the staff members of Sri VASAVI College, I extend my warm greetings to all the participants for the 2 days international conference on social perspective in contemporary literature. So jointly organized by the Department of English of our VASAVI College, Sri VASAVI College, along with the Department of English of National College, Tiruchi, and Bodhi International Journal of Research in Humanities, Arts and Science. So at this juncture, I wish to thank the Secretary of National College and Thiru R. Sundararajan, the Principal of National College, for collaborating such a wonderful program with our institution. And my wishes also goes to the editors of Bodhi International Journal for arranging such a wonderful platform. And my wishes goes to the head of the department of our English department, Dr. Saradambal, the organizing secretary, Dr. Maithili, and other faculty members of our English department, and also the department of staff members from the National College, Tiruchi, for collaborating 3 institutes under one platform. So it is as our president said, it is a novel idea, so organized by the Department of English. And so in future, as I wish such many type of programs jointly organized by many institutions to be carried out in our institutions. And at this juncture, I sincerely extend my gratitude, the chief patrons, the patrons, conveners, the academic conveners, the organizing secretaries and coordinators for organizing such a wonderful conference. And as you know, today's conference so mainly focuses on some important themes like the new directions in literature, so the literary theory, so marginality in literature, so feminism and other correlative topics, so which surely helps the researchers to realize the condition of present society. And my sincere thanks wishes goes to the faculty and scholars who have presented their research articles to the Bodhi International Journal. I request all the participants to actively participate in the conference and contribute their valuable suggestions to make this conference a successful one. Okay, once again, I wish this conference to be a successful one. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir. May I now invite Dr. R. Ilavarusu, Head of the Department of English, National College, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, all of you who are always impressionistic, actively participating in this inaugural function of the 2-day international conference on social perspectives in the contemporary English literature, which is arranged by the Bodhi International Journal in collaboration with VASAVI College of Erode and National College, Trichy. To re-paraphrase John F. Kennedy's famous saying, history is of the people, made by and for them. Great men fall in the last category because they would history for the people in directions preconceived by them. They create history with manpower. It is because they have the feel of the times, strong convictions, tremendous desire that they leave their imprint on history. Great men are of heroic proportions. So, our 2 colleges presidents and secretaries were also built in a heroic mold. Instead of talking of them as the doing of appellate authorities, let us view them as a human being with qualities of head and heart. Thiru S. Sadasivam, the Secretary of VASAVI College, Erode, Tamil Nadu, brook no opposition. No wonder that Kampan's Ramayana was his favorite. Lord Rama, its hero, had to be prodded into action. He is a contrast with Lord Krishna of Bhagavad Gita, always ready to go into action, but without caring for result. Great men may be good judges of historical forces. They are bound to possess certain authoritarian traits inherent in their every character, every activity. They are empire builders, seem to feel at home with docile, submissive, and stubborn. Be in hurry, they are prepared to sacrifice the present for the future. A number of such traits apply to Sadasivam sir and the Secretary of National College, Dr. C. K. Raghunathan, and the Principal, Dr. R. Sundararaman, and the Principal of VASAVI College. There has been a considerable transformation and change in the college and university education in India, both in qualitative and quantitative terms, particularly in the Corona period. The period has been rightly termed as the age of webinar and e-conferences, technological acquaintances. To use Lenin's famous terminology, one step forward and two steps backward in respect of advances, technology, computer-assisted learning and teaching, and the present learning in the context of Indian situation. The present webinar is the first attempt in recent years to take a holistic view of literature, particularly social concerns and issues. Attempts to view the future. By that, we are, as research scholars and literature students, find solutions for the social problems. The distinctive feature of the webinar is to observe the social problems and issues, designing the objective standards about uprising and solving the problems. The present generation ought to have made a self-critical appraisal, find out solutions for the social problems, so that the modern generation to follow literary profession, I mean academicians, draw the necessary conclusion to have correct perspective for future. In line with the thinking on political plane, equality, fraternity, and integrity for modernizing the society, emphasis is on education as a self-learning process, priority for social relatedness of developmental programs. As such, the national webinar on social perspectives, as well as the academic profession, fall in line of its own volition. Let me come to the fountain duty of delivering vote of thanks. The Bodhi International Journal editors, Professor Palakrishnan and Jayakumar, the VASAVI College Principal, Secretary, and the President, National College Principal, Dr. R. Sundararaman. In his presidential address, he concluded with a cited example of literature R.K. Narayan and Arundhati Roy. R.K. Narayan is waiting for the Mahatma, and the Arundhati Roy is God of small things. It's the right quotation to the right time to make the audience understand and make them aware of the social issues. Exactly, the R.K. Narayan focused attention on the social issues, not like these two, but also talkative man, the English teacher, many other literature problems are there. In these 2 days, we are going to analyze the social perspectives and problems related to issues. We have to find out the solutions and problem-solving method, so that this webinar will help you to identify the social problem and find out the solution for those problems. So it will be much helpful. Next, I wish to express sincere thanks to Professor Kaviyarasu, Professor Maithili, Professor Saradampal. They have extended their fullest cooperation for the smooth conduct of these 2-day webinar. So they are really dedicated to make the modern generation to understand what the real social problems are there in the society existing in literature. So the title shows the social perspectives in contemporary literature, that is modern literature. What is going on? Political issues, racial issues, caste discrimination, gender discrimination, then women empowerment. There are so many problems existing in modern days. Emerging writers are focusing on their concept and idea of the feministic attitude, the diasporic attitude, then transculturalism, then the feministic oriented concept, the caste-oriented themes, then gender-oriented themes. There are many issues are there. As research scholars and literature students, we should focus our attention on the social problems and able to find out the solution for all those problems. This will be much helpful for the future generation. Then the Sudhakar, the principal of VASAVI College, then the one who delivered the inaugural address, and the felicitation from VASAVI College. I wholeheartedly express my sincere gratitude to those two. Then I express sincere thanks to Professor Vasandan of National College, the head of the Department of English, and his team, who enthusiastically and actively arranging this two-day webinar, virtual conference on social. The right topic has been chosen by these three, institutions: VASAVI College, National College, and Bodhi International Journal. So I wholeheartedly express sincere thanks to all the participants, eminent, enthusiastic, intellectual, or target audience who are going to equip themselves the social problems and able to find out the problem solving method. How are we going to solve those social problems? Once again, I express sincere thanks to Dr. Vasandan, Dr. Maithili of Vasavi College, and all the team members who are extending their fullest cooperation for the smooth conduct of this two-day virtual conference. Thank you, one and all, for having given me this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. For keynote address, I would like to invite Chairperson Dr. K. Gandhimathi ma'am, Assistant Professor of English, SDNB, Vaishnav College for Women, Chennai. Please, ma'am. We have the resource person, Dr. Tiruchirappalli, who is specialized in language instructor at Jason University, Saudi Arabia. I am pleased to invite Dr. Tiruchirappalli to deliver the keynote address.
Yes. Hello.
A very pleasant morning. Thus, for this online conference, we are ready. Can I proceed?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So a pleasant
Welcome,
morning,
Professor.
Hello, Professor Balakrishnan, and hello, Dr. KK. So I'll just formally introduce the keynote speaker of the day. So we are all connected for this online.
Your voice is breaking, ma'am. Sorry to interrupt.
Saudi Arabia. Professor Isaiah holds a PhD in applied linguistics for his study on the acquisition of English collocations by Tamil student learners. Quite an interesting study it must have been. He also holds a bachelor's degree in philosophy, and he has completed his CELTA, which is offered by Cambridge University. Quite a prestigious teaching certificate. In the teaching career, which spans over 15 years, he has been actively involved in curriculum design, training, planning and assessment, and various portfolios. He has presented research papers in several international conferences and webinars. He also has a long list of publications in the field of applied linguistics, corpus linguistics, and literary theory and criticism. So we have a very versatile personality who commands a very good knowledge of English language teaching, linguistics, and literary theory and criticism. So we are happy to welcome Professor Isaiah, and I hand over the session to you, sir. Take us forward and enlighten us with your talk. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhimathi. Good morning, everyone. And I'm really happy to meet you all through this online conference. I'm grateful to Bodhi International Journal, the organizers from National College and Sri VASAVI College for inviting me to deliver the keynote address this morning. And before I begin, let me just share the screen. Yes. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good. Okay, yes. Oh. Yeah. Good. So let me straight away start my talk. When I saw the topic, social perspectives in contemporary literature, one of the first thoughts that flashed in my mind was that we, as literature enthusiasts, we love to explore different forms of literature, be it poetry, be it drama, be it novel. We love to explore it from its different social contexts, the different social issues that Dr. Vasandan just now listed. We look for these kind of ideas, concepts, and issues in different forms of literature. But social or anything that's connected with society has another big stakeholder that plays a very important part in the academia, and that is sociology. Just like we who think, okay, we always take the high stand, thinking that literature is the reflection of a society. It's a kind of a cliched expression, like, okay, literature is a reflection of society, it is a mirror of society, therefore literature has everything. But then there is also another group of people who are basically sociologists and social scientists. And how do they look at literature? And that was the thought that came to my mind. So I did a little research on that. And I would like to share some of the interesting insights and the way they look at different aspects of literature and how these aspects of literature form various social opinions, form different, grows different types of social concepts. So they look at literature from a sociological point of view, and they have even developed theories. And in this particular keynote address, as we would be discussing lots of different types of social perspectives like marginalization, feminism, eco-criticism, and subalternity, we also need to know that sociologists who look at society based on facts, they go by raw data that is available. They also look at literature in the same way. They have their own variables to study literature. It is a recent phenomenon, but still it holds a lot of implications for literary studies. So that would be the focus of my discussion this morning. So my order of discussion in this keynote address would be, initially, I will put ourselves in perspective with the topic of this talk. Then I will move on to sociology through literature, and then discuss sociological advances in studying literature. Then we will look into one important aspect of sociological study of literature, and that is production of culture. As literature students, enthusiasts, and researchers, we love to look for cultural aspects in literature, and the same way sociologists and social scientists look for production of culture in different forms of literature. Then we will also look at focus on audience, the kind of reception theory that the sociologists have come up with. And finally, we will discuss how stratification, classifying of different types of literature and aesthetic evaluation of the same contribute to or prove to be having a kind of negative impact on how literature is produced. We will look into that. And finally, we will try to have some key takeaways that would help us in our exploration of literature in the context of social ideas and issues. Now, just to put ourselves into perspective of this particular keynote address, all of us know that this study on the relationship between literature and society is nothing new. It is not a new phenomenon. It has always been there. This interest has always been there. The earliest known example would be if you have read Plato's The Republic. I remember studying this when I was doing philosophy. It's actually a kind of Socratic dialogue, a kind of didactic sessions that Plato has with his students. And therein we find the roots of social interpretation of literature. There are two things there. What Plato does is that he discusses different nation states, different societies, and then discusses the literature that is found there and how nations are built in different societies. And the second most, and that is the most interesting thing, Plato is an idealist. And therefore, he says that all these nation states are only a copy of an ideal state ruled by a philosopher king. It is an abstract concept. It's an ideal concept. The most ideal nation state is there. It's a society that exists in the abstract. All other societies, all other nation states are only an imitation. And therefore, they are just reflections. So herein, we find the earliest example of this particular concept that we have with regard to literature as a reflection of society. Now, coming to sociology itself, how they try to find legitimacy in the study of literature within sociology. That is because recently, maybe after the 1950s, after the Second World War, there was a growing interest in culture and cultural studies in sociology. And we all know literature in very many ways, expresses, exposes, defines culture and the context of the writer, and the reader reads it and understands that particular literature from his own perspective of culture and his own cultural upbringing. So sociologists thought, okay, this type of analysis would also reveal a lot of new insights into how society, and culture are formed. And we also have to remember that it's not just that literature is a mirror, just reflecting something. It's not just a mirror. It is also a window. When you read a piece of literature, be it a form of poetry or a drama or a novel or a non-fiction writing, it opens you to a newer world, a world that has been envisioned by the particular writer from his own particular context. Therefore, literature is not just a mirror, not just reflecting something. it is also a window. It opens for the reader a newer world. Every piece of literature does that. Now, having said that, it's also interesting to note that sociology has different set of research methods. When you compare sociological methods and literature methods, they vary vastly. Like, for example, sociology will employ qualitative and quantitative methods, or sometimes, and most of the time it will be mixed method. They mix qualitative and quantitative methods. And then their tools are also different. They base everything on hard data. They do surveys. They analyze different ways in which society reacts to a lot of things, and then they do very real analysis with lots of data involved. Whereas we literature researchers, we base also ourselves on various theories, and then we look for things that would define a particular piece of literature. Therefore, the methods and the tools and analysis, the way of analyzing a particular aspect of society vary. And that is what makes it more interesting when it comes to sociology of literature. Sociologists, they apply the same type of research methods in studying literature. And that is what it makes it very interesting. So having said that, let's kind of have a historical overview and also have an understanding of how different theories developed within sociology of literature. Quite recently, in 1993, Wendy Griswold, she is an important person in the context of studying sociology through literature. She said that till recently, sociology of literature was always considered a non-field. It was not given much importance. And it was like an amoeba. It didn't have a proper structure. Like people were doing randomly some type of research into literature. Now it has become systematized. And a few of the theories that sociologists have when they look at literature is that one of them is that it is reflection theory. The type of reflection that we literature researchers, literature enthusiasts look at in a piece of literature is different from the type of reflection that sociologists have. We will see that in a while. So traditionally, use of literature has been considered as giving information about a particular society. So it creates, it shapes social action. So when you read a piece of literature, you begin to understand the social behavior and values of a particular society, of a particular culture, of a particular context. So every piece of literature would have some of the following characteristics, like you will come to know the economics, the family relationships of a particular society, the climate and landscapes of a particular setting, the attitudes of the people, the morals that define a society, the races that and the racial issues that get involved, the social classes and stratification that exist in different societies, the political events that have shaped different nation states, the wars, and religion. So these are some of the things that define various forms of literature. And that is what the sociologists are also interested in. Now, this is an important and interesting thing. We literature researchers or literature students, we love to look at literature as a reflection, and it is a theory for us. We have a theory saying that, okay, literature reflects, and we study literature based on various aspects of reflection. Okay, a particular piece of fiction reflects okay, the feminist aspect of a particular culture or a society, or there is eco-critical perspectives in particular novel or a particular poem. We look at that. We base ourselves on different theories and reflective theories rather. But for sociologists, it's more of a metaphor. A metaphor in which metaphor is nothing but you have two things and then you are able to look for the similarities and differences by comparing them. So literature is another social kind of a tool or an existing piece of work, and they compare it with what is happening in the real world. So it's a kind of more of a mimetic theory of literature. So they think that all literary works transparently and unproblematically document the social world for the reader. That is what they think. But we as literature students, we know that literature is a construct of language. The experience that is there in every piece of literature is more symbolic than real, because it emerges from the imagination of the writer. And this particular defining moment in every literature is more mediating. It is not a direct presentation of facts. So therefore, this again has a lot of issues there, this reflection metaphor that sociologists employ, because literature draws on the social world, but it doesn't talk about every little thing. The writer chooses things. He or she is very selective. And another important aspect of literature is that it magnifies. It doesn't tell things as they are. If things are going to be told as they are, it won't be interesting as well. You won't love to read a novel if it is going to be like a piece of research work which presents hard facts. You won't love it. Therefore, they have to magnify, exaggerate a lot of things. And sometimes they would even misspecify. There can be a lot of the liberty that the writer employs in producing a work of literature, and they ignore a lot of things. That is what happens in literature, in every piece of literature. You what Derrida would talk about when he talks about deconstruction. He would always say that for a lot of things that is said, there is a lot of things that is unsaid, and therefore we have to deconstruct. If you are familiar with Derrida's deconstruction, therefore a piece of literature, okay, is not a sociological study. It magnifies because it is out of the imagination of the writer. But in sociological, hello, someone talking?
Participants, kindly mute your audio.
Okay.
Can we have Professor Jayita read your audio, please? Ms. Jayita Ray, please mute your audio.
Hope the host can mute him.
Okay, fine. Okay. So the reflection metaphor in sociological look at literature, it assumes a very single and stable meaning of literary text. That is what they think. They think that like any other hard data they find, they think that even a piece of literature has very single and stable meaning. But we as literature students, we know that, okay, every piece of literature has layers of meaning. There are a lot of connotative meanings. Okay, there are a lot of implications to what is being described there. Of course, they don't need to be like, you know, hard facts. Like they don't need to really present reality. Okay, because it is out of the imagination of the reader, and as researchers we try to bring out those nuanced things into our research and try to find out what he or she is trying to say with regard to lots of issues, like maybe for example marginalization, how people of the subaltern world live and all that. So depending on the focus of our research, we look for things. Of course, it is not as real as a sociological study, but still it gives a kind of a window into the other world. So despite all these reflection metaphors, the myriad failings, the idea of a literature as a mirror of society is still a very fundamental way of thinking about why sociologists are interested in literature. Because there are elements, even though literature doesn't fully or very explicitly depict about society, but there are elements that would be of interest for sociologists as well. So for example, in certain very practical situations, like teaching probation officers in the United States, they use novels. They use novels to teach them to understand the different sociology of occupations, how they have to deal with, how to have a better understanding of human beings, or whom they would be dealing with. Or you will also find certain researches done into children's literature in terms of how gender is portrayed. Okay, there are a lot of researches being done. One example is there, gender representation in children's literature. So therefore, this reflection metaphor also helps in a lot of ways to understand various social implications of literature and every work of literature. So they present a careful specification of how and why certain social patterns are brought into the literature and why some are left out. So they try to interpret. Okay, so that is what reflection theory does. The next kind of theory is structural reflection. This is based on Marxist idea. We all know that Marxism has played an important role. One of the most significant influences on literature has been the Marxist ideology. So it is a kind of a more sophisticated but still a problematic type of reflection. And what it does, it says that the form or the structure of literary works are more important than the content that reveals the social aspect. So they say that from the form or the structure of a novel or any piece of writing, you will be able to understand what the author is trying to say more than the content itself. So they say that successful works are the ones in which the form reflects or exemplifies the nature of the social phenomenon that furnishes the matter of the fiction. So how it is structured, how a novel is structured, reveals a lot of social implications. So George Lucas, he is a disciple of Karl Marx. So he said that it's not the content of literary works, again continuing the same idea, but the categories of thought within them. Okay, that is what forms the structure of any piece of writing. That reflects the social world. They look more for the structure, the arrangement of thoughts in a piece of literature. And Goldman, who is again a student of Lukács, he focused more on the relationship between the inherent internal structure of literary works and their relationship to key structures of the social context of the author. So this type of sociologists, they look more for the structure or the arrangement of thought in every work of literature. And another important thing is the high culture and or popular culture divide. And we see it very evidently even in the contemporary world. Like we human beings, we are so attracted to famous personalities and or movie personalities, okay, movie stars, and we spend a lot of time trying to know about them. But who defines this high culture? That is the reason why, like, you know, we have TV shows like Big Boss becoming so famous, because we love to know the private lives of famous movie stars and famous personalities. That's a kind of a culture that has got into us. Now, who defines this high culture? And who ignores this popular culture? Popular culture is the mass culture, the ordinary people who live their lives. Who defines that? So sociologists want to look into that as well. So traditionally, sociologists, they left the study of high culture to specialists in literature, art and music. They said that, okay, all this high culture, studying about elite personalities or the privileged class, should be left to people in literature, art and music, okay, because we are not concerned with aesthetic evaluation. We are more worried about concrete reality. That is what they said. And they also thought that this popular culture that ordinary people live, it's also not the culture that they have, not the study of the issues and problems, but the culture they have is not much of an importance. They don't need any worthy of any attention or study. But Marxist thought, it said that literature is a part of the ideological superstructure, in which the literatures of elites are the ruling ideas. And most of the time, we are taken up with the lives of the privileged. Like if you have read Ayn Rand's Fountainhead or Adler's Tract, okay, she talks about the privileged people and how capitalism is fine. And she actually supports capitalism and greed is okay according to her. So if you want to know, have a look into how the privileged class view the world, you have to read Ayn Rand actually. So this type of explanation or exploration comes through these kind of writers. So they look at literatures of the elites, and culture serves to legitimate the interest of the ruling class. So they say that we have to focus more on the mass culture as well. But mass culture can also be looked at as a destructive force because, you know, people are actually trained to look at, okay, look at the movie stars, famous personalities, okay, because it is a capitalist culture industry. So people are told that, okay, come see how they live their life. And that is the kind of thing that is there. So this tension between high culture and popular culture always exists. So sociologists try to study that and try to get some insights into it through various researches done on the works of literature. Now, moving on to sociological advances, how sociologists have begun to study different aspects of literature through various cultural objects and processes. As I had earlier mentioned, this interest in sociology of literature came after a renewed interest in the study of culture among the sociologists. One of the most noteworthy persons in this particular sociology of literature is Wendy Griswold. So she started looking into the issue of literary meaning and also recognize the importance of extra-textual variables. What are the different out of the text variables that influence a particular piece of literature? We love to do intertextuality and all that, okay, but here she goes for extra-textual, okay, out of the work, okay, that is not present in the book or in a piece of literature. So she looks for the extra textual variables that have influenced a piece of literature. At the same time, she doesn't forget that it is a sociological study, because every sociological study depends on empirical data. They want real facts. They work with real facts. And that she applies in the study of literature. So I have given 3 examples of her work. In 1981, she made an interesting study on the importance, like, copyright legislation for explaining the diversity of books available in the market. Okay, why there are certain books that get published and certain books don't get published. Why there are only certain books dealing with only certain types of themes get published while others are not. So, and how copyright legislation comes into play. She did a work on that. And in 1983 and in 1986, she investigated and then found that cultural revival happens, especially while focusing on Elizabethan plays. She said that people, or rather in various societies and literary contexts, they go back to enacting Elizabethan plays based on the social conditions of the present time that resonate with the plays that originally addressed. So depending on the social issues of the current time, there were reenactment of Elizabethan plays. That's what she found. And in 1987, she did a very interesting kind of a study. She researched on the published reviews. Now, in fact, books become successful, be it fiction, non-fiction, or whatever form of book that is published, they become successful or get influenced by various reviews given by various people or publishing houses, be it newspaper or magazines or famous personalities. So she did a study on the reception, okay, or based on the reviews, and she made a very kind of a serious study, kind of very challenging study, wherein she said that she is going to look at reception across time. It's a very difficult thing. Not at one particular time. She went back and forth to study the published reviews and across 3 different diverse audiences. She interviewed people and then tried to get the review of certain works of literature. And she made a data on that, how different people look at a piece of literature and how they address it. Now let's move on to production of culture, which is also an important thing when it comes to sociology of literature. As I said a little while ago, sociologists' interest in works of literature came about only because of the renewed interest in culture that came into sociological study. So cultural objects are actually produced and distributed within a set of organizational and institutional arrangement. That could be a particular society or a particular institution. It can be anything. So, and these sets of arrangements are mediated between the author and the audience. And there is a strong influence of the range of cultural products that are available and their content. That is what we try to dissect and find out in our literary research as well. So the sociologists consider that the artists, the writers, are usually loners, sometimes romantic loners, or inspired geniuses, and they have very little or few ties to the social world. And that is the reason why they say that imagination takes over a lot in fiction or in a poem or in a drama. They don't rely fully on hard data, and that is not the concern of literature, in fact. So culture provides the artistic conventions, okay, that allow the readers to decode the work. Okay, if a piece of literature is written in a particular context or a culture, when a reader reads it, he or she tries to understand it from her own perspective of culture. Okay, and that is how they try to decode the work. Now, they also did a few researches on understanding the production of culture. So they try to understand the social organization of the literary world and the publishing industry. And that became the obvious focuses for sociological investigation from the production of culture approach. Like they wanted to know why certain books get published and why there are many that are not getting published. We are surrounded by stories, in fact. Okay, we live among stories. There are thousands of stories that are waiting to find expression, waiting to be written. And there are many thousands that get written but not get published. We even have examples of very famous writers whose writings became famous after their death. Like we have, I think, Kafka, Franz Kafka, then Emily Dickinson, even the famous Melville, his Moby Dick and all that. They became famous after their death. And the publishing industry ignored some of the best works of literature. So it happens. And sociologists want to study why this is happening. And there are two books like The Culture and Commerce of Publishing and Getting into Print. They try to demonstrate how production variables, like the degree of competition in the publishing industry and the web of social interactions, okay, how they try to influence people to get things done, get things published, that actually finally decide about publication. And even some of these famous Pulitzer Prizes, Booker Prizes, all these are, if you see, there are a lot of influences that are being made. It's not that always the best book that get these prizes, if you really look into the politics of it. And the sociologists are interested in that, why this is happening. And the fundamental embeddedness of publishing in a particular historical and social circumstances, it's really, really challenging. I remember studying J.D. Salinger's The Catcher in the Rye in my graduation. And one of the very interesting observation that was made was that this book written in the US was banned in US. It was a coming of age novel because of its forthrightness and certain other issues. It was surprising and shocking that of all countries in the world, the US banned it. So there are lots. Now, of course, it has become a very famous piece of literature that is widely studied and researched. But lots of historical and social circumstances, okay, fundamentally affect pieces of literature and also affect the diversity of books available to the public. So there are lots of influences. Like you also periodically find that at various parts of the world, some books or some movies get banned, people protest against it, they burn books and all that. Lots of things are happening. We even have a recent example in Tamil Nadu as well. I think Murugan, a Tamil writer, his book, okay, was burned and all that. And I think in book by, I think Arundhati Roy or someone in Maniyam Sundarnar University, they wanted to remove it from the curriculum. So lots of things are there. So lots of things influence as to what should reach the audience, what people should read. There are a lot of forces there. So the sociologists are interested in that. Now, some examples of how the sociologists try to understand production of culture in literature. So I have given two examples. Like Radway, in her book, Reading the Romance, she tries to trace the rise of mass market paperbacks. Earlier, books were very expensive, and with paperbacks now it is very freely available. I mean, like easily accessible to people because it has become cheaper. And the marketing of formulaic fiction to help the success of the romance genre. So romance genre is something that is a popular form of fiction that lots of people are interested in. So she studied that. And Long, in his The American Dream and the Popular Novel, he talked about the importance of the impact of a post-World War II scenario and how the visions of success changed in best-selling novels, and how the power shift changes, explanatory power to change things in the broader social context began to happen in various forms of literature. Another important focus of production approach is gender. They try to study gender from various angles. So Tuchman, she analyzed and found out how in the 1800s, more male authors started writing fiction. Before that, male writers, okay, they were mostly focused in writing poems and drama and things like that. But in the 1800s, especially in the British novel scenario, which was influenced by female writers, more male novel writers got into because it became more remunerative, more money making. It was paying more. So she made a study on that. And Rogers did a study on how gender construction influences the writer and the reader as well. So how they perceive or look at gender from various angles. So how the writer looks at gender and how the reader receives it is what he studied. Now coming to the reception theory, that is the focus on audience. This is something that we also do, like literature researchers. We also want to know how the reader receives, how reception happens with regard to any piece of literature. So basically, a piece of work written and just lying there is of no use. There is nothing there unless a reader reads it and brings it to life. So essentially, no piece of literature lives without the reader. Therefore, there is an interesting and very, very interactive kind of look at the text and the reader. They want to know how the reader reads it, okay, takes in and assimilates a particular piece of text, and that the sociologists are also interested in. So in Toward an Aesthetic of Reception, so Jaws, he says that literature can be understood only as a dialectical process of production and reception. It is not just production, just writing of a piece of literature. It also has to do a lot of things with reception, how the reader receives it. So equal weight has to be given to the text and the reader. A text is nothing without a reader reading it. And Isher, in his book, The Act of Reading, he focuses mostly on the reading itself, because that is where a piece of literature gets life, gets back that life. And Janice Radway, in her book, Reading the Romance, she was more focused on this interest in audience interpretation. How audience interpret, like a while ago I talked about, she reviewed and all that. She read the review and all that. Another author talked about the review given by audience. She talks about how audience interpreted a piece of literature. So she interviewed ordinary readers of romance genre novels. And then she found that there are a lot of multiple interpretations that were not revealed before. So ordinary readers have their own understanding of a particular novel, and they're pretty interesting as well. And also she found instances of resistance. They didn't agree with that. They had counterpoints and all that. And she also found fundamental insights into literary use and genre. So that was her studies findings. And Howard and Allen, they tried to compare the interpretations made by female readers and male readers of two short stories. And they found that though gender affects reception, there is also a kind of very passive gender markings of social context and how male readers understand a particular short story and how a female reader understands the same short story is quite different because of the gender influence. So that is what they found. Now, coming to stratification and aesthetics as one of the methods that sociologists employ, they try to say that there is a relationship between cultural products and stratification systems, how things are classified in every culture and how cultural products are arranged in every work of literature. So Bodhi, in his book, The Field of Cultural Production, he analyzes class-based differences in taste, in the type of book they read. There is a class-based difference. Okay, and he talks about concepts of cultural capital and habitus, how they look at and read and live that particular form of literature. And examination, he examined the distinction between the fields of restricted and large-scale production and how they have profoundly affected sociological thinking, depending on how freely a particular piece of literature is available or easily accessible. And he also demonstrated how constructed differences in the capacity of aesthetic judgment. That is how you look at the beauty of a work of literature based on your own context, the reader's context, and how it reproduces class structure, the upper class, lower class, and the middle class, how the society is formed, and how they read and interpret literature, how they assimilate literature. That is what he studied. So it fundamentally affects the conditions under which types of culture are produced, interpreted, and evaluated. Okay, depending on the socio-economic status of the reader, the interpretation of the text also varies, and that is their finding. Therefore, we need to have a sociological understanding for a proper aesthetic evaluation, because it is a social process. And recognition of the contested nature of the cultural authority is manifested in aesthetic judgment, how they interpret literature, how a reader interprets literature depends on his background, her cultural background, how her aesthetics are influenced by her view of the world from her own class structure. And that is what they are interested in as well. So therefore, I will come to the last part of certain key takeaways for us as literature enthusiasts and researchers. What can we learn from here? The sociology of literature has implications for wide social issues. We can understand, okay, we can know about different aspects of society, the issues that are there, the positives that are there, how a society is defined. All of this can be understood not just from our study of literature alone, but also from the sociology of literature, because they present fact, they deal with data, and whereas we deal with fiction. And when there is a combination of both, we will have a better understanding of the different social issues. And the next one is talking about the canon. Canon is nothing but the syllabus that gets designed in every college or school or in a particular university. So there is always the feeling that this forms great literature and the students need to read it. Therefore, this is needed. So who are these people deciding that reading this is different and more important than reading that? And sociologists are interested in that. Why certain books are given importance? Why some are not? And we have to think about it. And sociology of literature also eliminates the process of canon formation. Why some books get canonized as great literature, great piece of literature. If you don't study Shakespeare as a literature student, then you are not a literature student. So everyone who studies English literature has to be a lover of Shakespeare. Why is it so? Okay. Because Shakespeare alone is not the greatest of writers. We know, but I'm just exaggerating a bit. But still, that is how canonization happens. And it also sheds analytical light on the process of cultural authority. That is, who gets real cultural power and how it happens. By analyzing various pieces of literature, what is the author trying to say? What kind of culture he wants to portray? So all of this is under study, and that also can be a kind of an eye-opener for us. And nextly, they also elucidate the meaning-making activities of readers. How different audiences, different readers from various social and cultural background draw concepts or ideas from particular texts. A person X reading the same novel, maybe The Ministry of Happiness by Arundhati Roy, can understand it differently. Another person can read it and understand it differently. So there are lots of these meaning-making activities that is happening in every reader. Reading anything, any particular piece of literature, not necessarily one. Not necessarily of this from the same culture. It could be of any culture, for example. Like, for example, I had an interesting kind of an experience. Like, I had read Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude way back during my graduation days, and later on Love in the Time of Cholera. And more recently, when I saw the web series on Netflix, Narcos, okay, both are of the Colombian context, and it was a kind of an eye-opener for me, because Gabriel Garcia Marquez, he actually is one of the founders or proponents of magical realism, and Colombia is known as a place of the originating place of magical realism. And then watching this movie, it was a big eye-opener. The way I understood magical realism and the way I understood it from live visual series was quite different, and it was really very interesting. So, because I'm not from that culture, so I don't look at it from their point of view. So, lots of these meaning-making activities happens, whether you are a reader or a visual audience. So, a lot of meaning-making activities happen that way. And sociological study also helps to understand why people read. Why do people read? What do they make of their reading? And how is it affecting their lives? And these aspects are very, very important. Why do people read what they read? And what do they make of it? And how it is shaping their lives? And that is something that we also, as literature researchers, have to look into. So I have given two examples of how Radway asks a question like whether she found out and analyzed and then says that reading romance novels, and this is what she found, like reading romance novels teaches women to expect fulfillment only through patriarchal marriage. The patriarchal culture is actually drilled into the mindset of women while they read romance novel. They think that is how life has to be. And of course, talks about how reading prescribed canonical novels prescribed by a particular university, by a particular state authority, how it helps to construct national identities and feelings of solidarity among different types of readers. So they shape nationalism as well. Her study focused on actually Canada and the United States, and how in their curricula, different books were given importance in order to construct these national identities. So this is how sociologists look at literature and analyze literature from various perspectives. And I thought in this keynote address, if we have what the other side of the spectrum feels and looks at this particular literature. We stand in one side of the spectrum. We are literature enthusiasts and we look at literature in a different way. On the other side, the sociologists are there standing across and then looking at literature in a completely different way. So an understanding of that, I thought would help us to become better researchers, not get carried away with the imagination and the flow of ideas of the single author in every particular piece of literature and say that that is the only reality. No, there is hard reality that is there, and that needs to be found out. So imagination alone is not enough. So it has to be balanced with facts. So I thought this particular kind of an elucidation will help us to make us better researchers and have more wider perspective on studying literature as well. So I wish all of you, all the researchers, presenters, and participants, a wonderful, fruitful, meaningful, informative 2-day conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Isaiah. That wonderful
அங்க இருக்குதா?
And society. I'm sure audience would have had a lot of takeaways. Our keynote speaker touched upon society, sociology, and how all these are indispensable when you take up a study on literature and society. So thank you very much for that enlightening, enriching, and interesting keynote speech. Thank you, Professor Isaiah. And we are all at the mercy of the stability of internet connections. And I hope, in spite of the minor disruptions and disturbances, we have a lot to take away from the keynote speaker's address. Thank you, everyone, for your happy conference experience to everyone around. Over to the organizers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Okay. So for the plenary talks, I'd like to invite the chairperson, Dr. R. Vasandan, Associate Professor, Head Department of English, National College, and the resource person, Dr. Prasenjit Panda, Assistant Professor, Department of English. Over to you, sir.
Very good morning to everybody. Please hold on. It has really been a wonderful morning and a wonderful session that we have witnessed just now. The Now, moving to the next one, I am really thankful to the organizers to have chosen me to be the chairperson today. It is a pleasure to invite Dr. Prasanjit Panda, Assistant Professor, Department of English Foreign Languages, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilashpur, Chandigarh, India. Professor Dr. Panda has been working as Assistant Professor in the Department of English and Foreign Languages since 2010. He has completed his PhD from Benares Hindu University. Yes, and he has done his research on IA research, a study in critical and aesthetic principles. I wish and I feel that today it is going to be an interesting session. It is because critical perspectives is something that is the backbone of any positive as well as creative thinking society. The critical ideas, I mean criticism that in fact is alive, is making us as a progressive society. And today's relevance of criticism, I mean the relevance of criticism today is more than like what we have seen, more than what we have seen previously in various times. That he has also published many works related to that one, and uh, for especially our students as well as participants, it is going to be a wonderful session. So I welcome with great expectations Dr. Prasanjit Panda to present his plenary talk. Hello. Okay. Right, right. I take this opportunity also to share a few words about the essentials or importance of taking students to the heart of literature as well as critical thinking. We have tried our various methods and we are making in fact teaching literature in the way that is possible, but and we have also done a great deal of research with language teaching as well as literature teaching. But I personally feel that research, especially teaching critical thinking or teaching criticism, I do not see much of research work being done on that. And recently, I mean, critical thinking, making students aware of critical theories, especially with the technological advances that we have today, is an essential thing. Today's webinar, today's conference is that one of such avenues with which we'll be able to take students to the heart of critical thinking as well as literature. Uh, the criticism, understanding theories, the passion among the students to go through the theories and understand the theories will actually, according to me, will bring the students, motivate them and enable them to be capable critical, I mean, analysts. The outcome of any particular teaching that we have, either with literature or language, is what a student or kids could possibly come out with, or in what way they'll be able to employ the skills that they have, and what way they will be able to deal with literary works with the knowledge of theories. So a great deal of effort today is required to teach students or make them aware of the theories. Being aware of theories will make them to look at literature itself with different views. So, hello sir. So I believe Dr. Panda is going to enlighten us with theories from the perspective of literary theories as well as from the perspective of society. So I welcome him wholeheartedly to present his address for the plenary session.
Okay, thank you very much for the general introduction. And am I audible?
Yes, sir.
You are audible, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, sir, for this introduction. And obviously, it's an honor to be in this platform and to share my, share my knowledge about the literature theory and how, the related to the society nowadays. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, the organizer. Now, I will not waste a bit time. Nowadays, what are the literary theory, the post theories? What are the importance of that? If we do not talk about the popular culture, if we do not talk about the pop culture, if we do not talk about how the culture has been changed throughout the course of the time during this post-COVID, or probably after 9/11, and I'm talking about after 9/11 because it's a significant event, and that has actually changed the world scenario and obviously the literary theories and obviously the society as well. Now, if we talk about the popular culture, and if we do not talk about the humanism and the post-humanism, it will be kind of a travesty to the literary theory. Now, go back to the Renaissance. Renaissance means obviously if you do not talk about the Shakespeare, then it will be a kind of an ironical. So if you go by that that anthropocentric idea, and it was been established by the Renaissance scholars like Shakespeare and Marlowe, the dramatists. Probably the two were the best dramatists of that era. I'm not talking about the other things. So I'm talking about how that heroism and how this humanity, how this humanism, and how this post-humanism and how this cultural theory has been, has been fused together. If you are to understand this popular culture and the society, and if you do not talk about that Renaissance idea, if we do not talk about the anthropocentrism and the anthropocentrism, the journey, it will be a kind of controversy. I'm again and again I'm telling you. Now, if you read about, go back to the Milton's, Paradise Lost, where Milton makes Satan as a hero. I'll be coming later on. Again, you just come back to Macbeth by Shakespeare, or Faustus by Marlowe. You can find that post-humanism is the seed of post-humanism in that very era, in that very place, or in that very society. Now, before that, it was a kind of a God-centric world. In the center, you cannot find that the man could exist. Man actually could exist in the periphery. So man doesn't have any place in the center. Rather, the center was governed by the God, which is invisible. After Derrida and Nietzsche, Nietzsche, Derrida, Heidegger, the Western metaphysics, they actually deconstruct that. I'm not coming to that deconstruction of the post-structuralist theory. Rather, I'll be concentrating on that the seeds of the post-humanism, the seeds of that superhero infused in that very Renaissance age. Now, if you just see that what actually Shakespeare does with man. He doesn't have any power. He was a man, and to go against that God, and here is the God is a symbol. The Duncan, both of the related. God, the king is Bolivar is the gods. So they were having the superpower, They were having that the society was controlled by God, the Janka itself. Now, as a man, Macbeth, how could he exist in that very system of signifier and the signifier? Now, obviously, he has to omit that transcendental significance, transcendental signifier. So what he does, he actually goes, or probably he happens to meet with the witches. So what are the witches? I'm not going for the, according to the Shakespearean witches, or rather the witches are working as a kind of a power, the superpower. Probably you can tell me that the mutant, probably the mutant, having the power of the mutant, and they actually infuse their powers to Macbeth, and Macbeth got that power, and having that power, he becomes superhero. And that's why he actually probably he actually goes against the god, namely, obviously, the Duncan. He displaces Duncan from the center, and he occupies the place. Likewise, I'm not talking about that. The first thing you should understand in the mind that the theme of masculinity. The masculinity of the superheroes and the masculinity which Macbeth has is probably the same. The Macbeth is always concerned about be a man. That is called the masculinity. When Lady Macbeth is again and again was telling that, are you a man? Are you drunk? Are you a drunkard? To write a letter to me that you have made a plan to kill Duncan and you are scared now. So are you a man? And he was very much perturbed by that. He was not disturbed by the other things, but he was very much disturbed by the push against the masculinity. And again, I'm just coming back to the Fosters. I'll be illustrating those things. When you go by the Fosters got the black magic. And what does the black magic do? It actually gives a kind of a power to Fosters, to enhance his capability, to enhance his quality. Probably he becomes a mutant. He thinks that he himself is a mutant by getting the power of the black magic. And by getting the black magic, he actually becomes a masculine character. And obviously, he wants to supersede everybody. He wants to have a supremacy with everybody. The knowledge and the places and the powers, the wealth. So Macbeth and the Dr. Foster are much more, probably is akin to, compared to the superheroes of Marvel Comics or the DC Comics. Likewise. Now, you just go back to, these are the seeds of, you may call it, anti-humanism, or seeds of this superheroes, of the Nietzschean term of superheroes, of George Bernard Shaw's term of superheroine, and it was in that Shakespearean, in the Shakespearean plays or the Renaissance age. Now come back to the ages of the America, the post-humanism starts with the cultural politics. When it was become much more popular, it was becoming popular, after the 9/11. The 9/11 actually, rebels that system. Not only the economy, but also the society, the psychology, the emotional relationship, or probably the trust, the society. Is it okay? The base of the society, they actually changed, and it has to, it has a kind of an influence over the comics. Now the comics have been written before, but the adaptation becomes a much more frequent, and we are watching the movies like the Spider-Man, like the DC Comics, or the Marvel's comics, or the Avengers, or the Doctor Strange, Avengers Infinity War, or the Endgame, or probably the Transformers, or there are several others, the comics which has been adapted into films, and they were very much successful in this scenario. Now, where we are living, where we are going, we are going in a society where the man actually doesn't have any place in there, or probably those machines, those genetically muted, the people, they are occupying the place of the man, and obviously the existence. and thereby making the man into the periphery, thereby making the humanity or the human being into the periphery. So they were writing a scripture of another humanity, alternative humanity, like that actually Macbeth does, like that actually Foster's does. So probably the Macbeth and the Foster's, they both are probably they are a new. If you adopt them as the comical forms, so probably they were the comics. They were the comical characters. Comical characters means they are the post-human characters, and in that play. So we can adopt them as the comical characters or the post-human characters, or probably the superheroes. Now, there is several the politics with that. America was very much scared about the 9/11. America was very much scared about the national security program. America was very much scared about the economic problem. America was very much concerned about the attack, or probably it was not been that attack. Why they have been what is most important for this factor? Why they are producing so many films on the comics? Now you need to go for the mindset. In Shakespeare and age, there was no such thing. It was a kind of a stability. It was a kind of a stability, and probably the new economical revolution was going on. And this Macbeth or this Foster's, probably they are a kind of a they wants to be a kind of a capitalist and to capture the whole society. Like the same way as we see that the America, the superhero, in a superpower, obviously, and with the metaphor of the superhero things, they want to be a superhero. Everybody. That's why they are producing the superhero in a so frequently way and to capture the economy. So it's not about the comics. It's not about the children's literature. It's not about the that entertainment. Rather, they were producing this DC comics, the Marvel comics, in a films or in a cinema, only to capture that capitalist, only to capture the market. Now, I'm just giving you a certain thing. That how the masculinity is very much akin to the American society. Now, America itself is thinking is a kind of a masculinity, kind of a masculine power, like the same way which actually Macbeth thinks, like the same way actually Foster's thinks. Now, you have probably watched the Wonder Woman. That's another Wonder Woman in 1948, or probably in 2048. There's another movie released. Now, this Wonder Woman, the first one, the Wonder Woman, how to the basic things never changes. The Wonder Woman, look at the masculinity and the capitalism, how it is very much important. Now, Wonder Woman coming out from the Imagine, and she was very much happy in there. There was no man. Probably we do not know how they have been produced. We do not know the story behind the father of this Wonder Woman, the central character, Diana. We do not know that. Now, what she actually does, her character has been portrayed by obviously the American director, and she was, how she was wearing the dresses, how she was wearing the dresses of femininity. Now that's in that area and in that politics, the masculinity which was very much worshipped by the American culture was missing. Now this Diana, the character of Diana, coming out from that very Imagine, and she has to come to the world of patriarchy because she fell in love with a man from America. So that's why she crosses that boundary and she reaches the level of the symbolic stage, that is the patriarchal stage, if we talk about the Lacan. So she was crossing the semiotic path. She was coming out from the semiotic path or the pre-Oedipal stage or the imaginative stage, and she was accepting the American masculine power, and that is called that in the form of a Steve, the character. And that's why she fell in love with that one. There was no such issue. There was no such there is no such necessity to make a kind of a love scene. The physical relationship. Filmed in that very screen. There is nothing to do with the plot, but it has been so. It has been so in that very film. It has been shown in the film. Why? Because America was very much concerned about the masculinity. So they do not accept that, they do not accept that the homosexuality. They do not accept the femininity. Rather, they are always going for the masculine power. Is it okay? So that's why, the sex is very much important. Even though she is a superhero, the sex is very much important in that very film, because they were calling for that, that Judith Butler concept of the heteronormative, heteronormative things. That's why, because you should not be a gay or the lesbian. So you cannot make Wonder Woman a queer. Why? Because this is the kind of a linear relationship between masculinity and the capitalist. So capitalist doesn't want probably a kind of a revolution. Right, the same way, masculinity of the American culture doesn't need any revolution to make the superheroine as a masculine character. And that's why Wonder Woman, probably people talk about the feminism, the voice of feminism, and she was taking care of all the world. Or probably take care of all the world, or probably savior of the world. But here you can find that Wonder Woman is a kind of a failed feminist voice, because she doesn't have any voice. She was very much proportionate, or she was very much balanced, or she was counterbalanced by the team, by the character, to whom she fell in love with. Is it okay? So therefore, that masculinity is missing in Wonder Woman. But if you go for because of that's the American hypocrisy. That's the hypocrisy of the popular culture. That's the hypocrisy of the popular culture. They do not want, they do not accept that, that revolution, or probably that alternative. Is it okay? Now, if you go back, by Captain America, the popular culture, the Captain America, you can find the Captain America or the Wolverine or the others, the Spider-Man. You can find that they are portrayed as, they have got the alter ego, probably the split personality. Half of their life is becoming very much lean and thin. Peter Parker is very much lean and thin, until unless he's becoming genetically mutant after bitten by the cow. So that's why he will be having a kind of a superpower. And his arms and his body are totally set, totally transcends his body, and he becomes a kind of a superhero. Like the same way, you can find that Wolverine, the Hugh Grant, so that Wolverine, he's also a mutant. He's having a kind of a claws, claws like that's made of steel. Is it okay? There are several mutants out there. They can change the mind. They can change their forms. They can control the other minds. So they are just like differently from the man. They're differently about the man. But the thing is that Captain America, if you watch the movie, before that he was very much lean and thin. And after the genetically modification, he's becoming immortal, and probably he's becoming too much big. So there was another character, Hulk movies. Hulk, if you watch the Hulk movies, you can find that Hulk is very much as a masculine character. So America was producing, probably the DC comics or the Marvel comics, they were producing the superheroes, a kind of it's not something like that which has been portrayed in the comics. Rather, they have been changed. They changed the comical forms and the essence of the comics, and rather they were making a kind of alternative to their mindset, to their psychology, and they are presenting the comical heroes in a form of a superhero, as if it's kind of their burden to save the world. America was very much concerned about their security. America was very much conscious about the security. They were always finding, there's always searching, there's always conscious about the gays. About the gays, I'm not talking about the Laura Mulvey's gays. I'm talking about the gays which is imaginary. Probably they were very much scared that somebody will be attacking after the 9/11. So before it happens, they actually going back to, they were getting back. That is the tendency of getting back. And how they are gazing back? Now, obviously, they were gazing back not by the arms and ammunitions, every time, but rather they were controlling the money. They were controlling the economy by capturing their land. And it's been happening in Afghanistan, in Iran, in other countries. Now, Iron Man, there's another comic. Iron Man, the Brownie Julia. So, Iron Man starts with that when the Iron Man story start, he was been captured in the terrorist era. There was nothing to do with the terrorists. There was nothing to do with the terrorism in the comics, but rather he was been captured by the terrorists. And the terrorists, if you watch this, the terrorists are belonging from that very, the Asian countries. Is it okay? The Afghanistan, maybe the Iran, or maybe Pakistan, or some other places. And how he actually take care of, how he actually invents that with the help of another man, another scientist, who is also from that very clan, and he betrays, obviously, and he makes a kind of an iron suit, and he wears that, and he killed everybody, and he saves himself, and he also flies back to his place. That's the story of an iron. That's the first beginning story of an Iron Man. Now, this what they are doing, they are, it's symbolically, or probably symbolically shows that culture in the society, that how they are, how they are masculine, how they are, how they can cope up with the situation, how they have the power to control the other countries, how they have the power to control the economy of that place. It's a kind of a new colonization, probably a post-new colonization, actually started by the American post-humanist films. Now, there's a this superheroes in the popular genre. You can find that the adaptations made by the Hollywood blockbuster that dominate the box office, till now. This large Hollywood production predominantly, feature more men in the main protagonist role as in the antagonist role. Both of, if you find in the antagonist, they are much more masculine, and if you go for the heroes, they are also the masculine parts. So this hyper masculinity is much more important in the films, in the popular culture, the superhero films. You can find that that another features which is very much important in the popular culture, the violence. The masculinity will not be proved if there is no violence. Now, again, going back, why I'm presenting, why I'm again emphasizing Shakespeare, because Shakespeare, you can find that every scene are there in Shakespearean Macbeth or Hamlet or Renaissance play. You can find that the violence. Now, Lady Macbeth, if you watch, I'm going back to again Renaissance. Please bear with me for a minute. There was a lady, there was a conversation between Lady Macbeth and Macbeth. That why Lady Macbeth wants to become a kind of a Macbeth, because of the two reasons. One is to gain the masculinity. So she wants to be like a Macbeth, because Macbeth is a superhero. Macbeth has having the quality of a man. A man means masculinity, the power of masculinity, and the power of the society belongs to the masculine man. Here, the Macbeth is not exception. So, Lady Macbeth is also a power greedy. Though it has been written that she's doing everything for Macbeth, but it is not. She's also a greedy for power, and she wants to have that power to become a Macbeth. I do not know that if it is rewritten or will be rewritten that when Lady Macbeth will be killing Macbeth, probably it will be kind of a adaptation, or probably somebody will be doing that. But later on, we'll be discussing with the fact. But now, why the Lady Macbeth wants to become Macbeth? Because of the violence. And that's why she, the first instance to be a masculine power is to very much ease with the violence, is to be very much, coping up with the violence. Macbeth is a violent character. He can kill everybody. That's why he's masculine. Lady Macbeth, to prove his masculinity, her masculinity, quote and unquote, she says that I can kill my baby, when he will be sucking my milk. And that's the brain up. So thereby he shows the violence. That the violence is the most important thing for to be masculine. Here also you can go for the popular cultures, the comics and all, you can find that the violence is still there. So what actually America does, what actually makes the children literature, it's a kind of a violent act. So America, this popular culture, the Infinity War or the Wolverine or Doctor Strange or the other comics, the adaptation of the comics, to show the hypermasculinity or the Hulk, to show the hypermasculinity, it actually fuses the psyche, it actually destroys the psyche or the innocent psyche of the children. So it's no longer become a children literature or the children places, a children's play store, or probably children storehouse of the values for the children, where the children will grow up by watching those things and imitating those things. It is no longer become a kind of a comics, or probably it's no longer a comics nowadays. Rather, it becomes a kind of a it's becoming a realistic presentation of the violence, or probably methodical presentation of the violence. Everywhere, if you go for every post-humanist the philosophy or the movies or the cinema, you can find that the violence is the integral part of that. Because violence, again, I'm telling you that the violence obviously is equal to the signifier and the signified chain. It's a masculinity. So thereby, the American masculinity is always in a crisis. Always they thought about the crisis. Why they thought about the crisis? Because of the 9/11. Because of the Twin Towers, there was a symbolical thing, and they're actually destroyed by the plane attack in 9/11, and because of that, it's becoming a kind of a trauma, and the trauma, and it's not about that. People should ask this: why this popular genre has been nowadays so popular? Because it made popular. It is the best way to present the binary. It's the best way to present that what the America is actually thinking. It's the best way to present the psychology of America. It's the best way to present the psychology of a capitalist country. That how the capitalist country can think, how the capitalist country can produce. And these are the production. These are the production. And we already know that by Ramon Williams that any cultural production cannot deny the the possibility of profit and loss, the relationship between profit and loss. Now nowadays nobody is watching the Harry Potter. Nobody is watching the Harry Potter because in Harry Potter the violence is not there. It's all about the magic, the magical reality. People can or the children can associate. But can the children associate? Can the children associate with the violence every time? It's a distorted psychology. It's a distorted hyper masculinity which has been enraging or which has been looming large in the popular culture. And the society, the society which is producing nowadays, because who are watching this film? Obviously the children. And who, and if you go by the data, if you go by the data, the 90% of the children, they were affected by it. When you watch the Shaktiman, our superhero Shaktiman, people actually imitate those things, and so many students, so many children, they fell down from the roof by imitating Shaktiman, and they have been, and because of that, some of the episodes has been banned by that, or probably the government actually banned on Shaktiman for a few days or for a few months. So this popular culture or the hyper masculinity is giving rise to masculinity and obviously the violence, and it has been reflected through the society. Is it okay? Now another telling, that the Nolans, that the Batman Rises, the Dark Knight Rises, or probably Batman and the Joker, also has been created by the post 9/11. Now, the Iron Man technology is an extension of Tony Stark and can be referred as a source of power in his new heart. So it's which is more powerful than his biological one. Iron Man's power comes not only from his energy source but also from his honest desire to better the world. Who the hell you are to better the world? Who the hell you are to save this humanity? Who gives you the power? Who gives you the power? So Iron Man is nothing but probably an alter ego of the American government. This motivation is significant by a suit's color that carries the connotation associated with the most with the heart. Both the heart and the blood that pumps are red, and red is culturally considered as powerful and a forcibly color. If you watch the movie of Wonder Woman, I may tell you that, or I request you to watch the color combination of Wonder Woman. It's totally in American flags. Captain America, American flags. Why they are using their national identity with the superheroes? They are so much care. So they want to gauge back. They want to gauge back the imaginary. Nobody is going to attack America. People do not have much time to attack America again and again. But it's their imaginary gaze that somebody is gauging us. And I may tell you that another literature point of view by Jane Coetzee, Waiting for the Barbarians. That's another it's a novel, post-colonial novel, setting in Africa, and where one colonel, one major, he was in the border, and he was taking care of all the all the activities over there. Now another major comes in, and he was very much disturbed by the thing that nothing is going to happen, nobody is attacking, but his psychology is saying, his psyche is saying that somebody is brawling outside, or somebody is happening outside the border. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't have any evidence. Because of that, because of imaginary gaze that has been that he has been sensing, he actually sent troops to the border or to the outside the border, and he never finds anybody else. He was mercilessly killing the innocent people because of by thinking that they might one day revolt against the authority. Is it okay? So thereby they were sending the troops to kill the innocent tribes, and they were making themselves as a slave. Likewise, here in America also, they were producing the Tony Stark, this Wonder Woman, and this Avengers stories, or the Infinity Wars, or the Doctor Strange, or several other comics, only to show that how they are masculine. So it's a politics of masculinity. It's a politics of the economy. How to capture the economy. So the emotional connection between Iron Man and the origin of his resort to desire to make a world a better place, contrast of having a physiology to be a superhero. His technology and the other external devices he has been using, and therefore he was becoming a kind of a masculine man. If he deny that suit, he is nothing. He is only a Tony Stark. But when he is using that ironclad, ironclad, he was becoming a kind of another man, another alternative man, another alter ego, and therefore he was having kind of a power. He was thinking thinking that this is my job to better the world. It's my job to to change this society, to change this world, to create a kind of alternative force. So this process, which Tony Stark becomes an Iron Man, and can be described as masculinization, because the two versions of masculinity are combined. One, Tony Stark; another is the Iron Man. So it's a re-masculinization of America, or probably the Iron Man franchise, the Avengers. And this sexually charged. Is it okay? So this sexually charged, those characters are much more, another more versions of emotionally charged of this masculinity. And this, as a result, as a matter of fact, this introduction of the new technology, they become an integral part of the human life, and because of that, the man actually loses its center, and man comes to the periphery, and hence the post-family, the post-humanity probably starts, and in an official way. So nowadays you cannot find in the popular culture probably that humanism, that the concept of humanism probably changed, because the concept of humanism is why it has been changed. I'm just giving you another example of robot. the film Robot, where Rajnikant, the great Rajnikant, played a kind of a role of the robot, and the robot actually falls in love with Rajnikant, the man. That is a scientist who is a kind of dual role. So he's with his wife, that is the Aishwarya Rai. Now, the human relationship, or the relationship with the love affair between a robot, a machine, with a human, that is Aishwarya Rai, has been established here. So it later on, what will be approaching? It's a kind of relationship between the man and the machine, and thereby there is always be a kind of a conflict. The more this popular culture will be popular, more this masculinity will be popular, more this show of masculinity will be popular in the films, that we will be more influenced by that, and thereby we will be started thinking that probably we do not have any chance, probably we are dependent on the machine, and we will be losing our own place. It's not the case that the superheroes or the masculine heroes, they are the they are the responsible for our fate or for our future. Rather, it's who are responsible for that. It's the human beings are responsible for that. Therefore, there's another film. So the short films, I might be taking a few minutes. There's another short film that is by by Bengali director Srijit, and the Anukul is the name of that film. Very short film, where it's been shown that it's a kind of a dystopian land which we are moving. Now we are in the dystopian, because if you start believing in the popular culture, you will be thinking that you are in a dystopian world, because the world is not the same which happened to be. Is it okay? So now Anukul is that another Anukul is a kind of a robot, and he is a kind of a servant. And one man, he's a retired person, is a teacher. He hires that robot to work the daily chores of him, and he has got emotions. He can read, he can interpret, and he can behave like a human being. Now, what happened there? There was a struggle, because the onset of that film, it shows that there was a struggle between man and machine. Men are dissented, men are being rejected, men are rejected from the factory, men are rejected from the offices, and the robots are occupying their places. And Anukul asked one day that what is right and what is wrong. I said, okay. Now Anukul is reading Bhagavad Gita. That robot is reading Bhagavad Gita. Now Bhagavad Gita is a philosophy in the Indian philosophy. I'm not going for a scripture. I'm not going for a religion. So probably you may call that they are also giving a kind of an alternative religion. I'm not, that's another part of the story. But Anukul is, replacing, or probably he was understanding that what is wrong and what is bad. Now his owner is actually telling lie to his brother, who has been sacked from the offices because of the robots. Now Anukul learns that. And Anukul is reading Bhagavad Gita, and Bhagavad Gita says that you should not tell lies, you should be always truthful, you should be always sincere and all this. Now Anukul learned that, and he was asking that man that why are you telling the lie? Since it is written that a human being should not tell the lie, because always be truthful. And his man actually, the owner is saying that sometimes the situation demands, if you want to do good, so you should tell lie. Now Anukul learns this thing, but Anukul doesn't understand the philosophy behind it, because he still is a robot. He doesn't have that much, that very emotions, the particular emotions. And he killed. Lastly, he killed that man, that the brother of that owner, because the brother actually doesn't like him. So he killed him, and he tells the lie to his brother, to his owner, that he actually fell down and I didn't kill him. So how this looked at this hypocrisy, this post-humanism, people will be telling that our culture, our society has been changed because of this, because of this violence, because of this violent presentation, the super masculinity, hyper masculinity, the superheroes, they're decentering us, and we are leading towards a kind of a dystopian land where the machine will be taking place, or where the humanism will be, humanism will be destroyed. Probably new humanistic outlook will be infused in that. But why, what is the seed of their growth? What is the seed? What is the root of their rise? It is the human being. We have led them to rise. We have led them to rule our world. We have led them to make them existent in this world. And thereby, now they are occupying their places and they are changing the world scenario. It's not about that Iron Man. It's not about the Wonder Woman. It's not about that Macbeth or Fosters who are called are next to the superhero, but that's the seed versions, that's the miniature versions of the superhero. Now the superheroes are not a man, rather than it's kind of a machine, and there is no ethical conduct. Probably the ethics should be there, the differentiation would be there. There should be a kind of a boundary between the world of machine and between the world of the human being. But still, it's not there in this in the popular culture. So the popular culture should be taking observation, or probably they should take care of this, that how to use this popular culture, how to present this popular culture in the films, so that it will not be influencing the mind or the mind of the small kids, and how it will be helping the kids to be a good man, and to be in a good to create for creating a good society. And because we know that for creating a good society, they will be creating a good civilization, and when there will be a good civilization, there will be a utopian world. So thank you very much. This is all from my side, and if there is any questions on behalf of that on my lecture, please, I'm ready to answer. Thank you.
Dear friends, if you have any question to Professor Panda, you may please put forward. Okay. Professor, I have to actually thank you for the wonderful world tour. You have started with superheroes, took us to post-human culture, from Macbeth to Wonder Woman to Hulk, Iron Man, and it was a wonderful journey with you. And it was a wonderful tour with the superheroes, with the careful scrutiny of the characterization, as well as the influence that we have actually on us without our knowledge. That is an apt critical eye that you got, and you have actually enlightened us, opened our eyes as well. When we tell, or when we introduce this thing to our children, we will also be asking them to be very careful with regard to their entertainment. Personally, I feel my son is a big hero, big fan of all these people, and then he's walking around with an US Air, of course. Okay, so it's the thing. Yes, Professor, it is something what we have to look upon. In tranquility, we have to recollect all these efforts, and sure, this kind of study, what you have opened us up to, it is a gate where we need to go into the psychoanalytic perspectives and the effects that we have because of these things in general. The influence that we have in the culture and so on. Wonderful listening to you. It was just like a flow. Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, and thank you, Balakrishnan sir. Thank you very much for giving me the chance to speak on that. And though I express my apology that I could not prepare the slides, I could not show the pictures and the graphics. I couldn't make it. And
that's fine, Professor. That's fine, Professor. You brought just like Shakespearean theaters, things into our eyes. No problem.
Thank you,
Yes.
thank you, Doctor.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. We'll meet again.
Sure.
Okay, now we'll get into the paper presentation. The presenters will have 5 minutes to speak on their paper. So the first presenter, I now invite Dr. M.J.R. sir to present the paper. Govindaraj sir to present the paper.
Is Professor Govindaraj here? Yes, he's there. Thank you.
Yeah, I want to present.
No, you can read the whole thing. Just read the concept. Yes, I know you can talk to them.
Thank you. So very good morning, to everyone. I'm Dr. Govindaraj, working for University. So today the topic that I'm going to discuss is social atrophy and isolation of melancholy. A post-colonial study of the academic inspired. So I just want to introduce A.K. It is no need to introduce A.K. Ramanathan because he is one of the panels very reputed post-colonial poet of Indian origin and Indian origin. The Ramanujan's poet evolves from the experience of life. He is aware of the various phases of Indian life as he lives in India, first of his lifetime, and is a precursor from the years. The A.K. Ramanujan expresses the social atrophy and melancholic situations in some of his poems. As a touch of humanity, A.K. Ramanujan presents the pathetic situations, the pathetic scenes that he saw when he visited India frequently from years. You see, Ramanujan, while looking at the social atrophy and the melancholic situation, chides the apathy and indifference, even the modern poets towards the human life, which is deep-rooted to its roots. Like in the poem, Time to Stop, in which he exposes how one layer particles and hills are noticed in museum, while the living source of the world seems to be known living as a museum. Even in the poem, Ramanujan's Erode is one of the most powerful and expressive poems in Indian English, seeking to portray the destiny and relates a real religions who inhabits in bands. Ramanujan satirizes about the old and the new poets who write only of the sites and temples and neglect the miseries of human beings and animals. The poets sang only of the flesh. Am I audible, sir? Ramanujan satirizes about the world and the of cities and temples and neglect the miseries of human beings and animals. The poets sang only of the flesh. The new poets took hold of the old poets without caring for the loss of life. Ramanujan expresses that the new poets still quote fires, but no one spoke in words of the pregnant woman drowned with perhaps twins in her. These poetic lines are taken from this book of collected poems. Also, even the writer supports, the writer says that the poem ironically controls the relative attitudes of old and new Tamil poets, both of whom are exposed for their carelessness of the suffering when it is so vivid as a result of it. And it is interesting to note that Romani reserves a special sympathy for the most disadvantaged section of the Indian society. July says, in the poem, the opposable thumb reveals how women are ill-treated by their husbands. The heartlessness and cruelty of men is suggested in the poets are referenced to the grandness of forefingers, those who are husbands, knifing tempers. It is expressed as just one finger left of five, a real theft, no longer usual, casual, or opposable after her husband's knifing temper on Sunday morning of a century ago. In another poem, still another for a mother, the student abandonment of a woman by her husband is expressed as perhaps they had fought, still perhaps they had what they fought. Suppose if it is a consequence of an earlier call, there is at least some pretext to justify the act. What is worse is sometimes there may not be any reason at all behind such a wife. In another book, mothers, among other things, it is about the old mother, which presents the picture of a spectre with a sad hand whose it describes the pathetic situation of a mother who works for her family and her children family. She is always alert to her numerous duties. She is a model of her selfless stories. She has no time to stay for herself. She has neither the time nor the inclination to pamper herself a little. Youth and beauty are sacrificed and also harmed duties and responsibilities. Among this individual identity, there is our jobs throughout the day. The poem contains the image of that twisted black of something important at the poet. And ends with the wonder of the mother, like wounded eagle using her four still sensible fingers to pick a brand of rice from the floor. Between the images of mutilations and damages or others indicating the persistence and beauty, fragility and adjustment. Her hand is damaged in a way that enables the claw is when it is trapped, but she can still pick up the silver, rise from the floor. Cordially disabled hand, appreciate the care and painstaking meticulousness in using like this right, broken, rags, black, broken, shoes of the all her hands all life. Here, Ramoni indicates the hardship she faced in her life and demonstrates a mother's existence is in peril. One wonders whether it is of her being a woman and a patriarchal family, but she manages to surmount the encumbrances of remain steadfast as the emotional center of family. And finally, I would like to present, Roman assaults are crazy applications of the day. Politics is described as a sheer cannibalism, which a price to liquidate school oppositions. The poem on the image for politics that reflects very much the contemporary political situation in India. According to him, a politician is a cannibal, devouring smaller cannibal until one liter ate all. It has a left struggle It explicates the sufferings of the poor man's riches in this home. Mexican migrants work in different places for their subsistence. The poor man's riches with the fight interpret the sad situation of the poor who are only consoled by the love. Finally, I want to conclude. Those Romanian explorers, the commitment towards the society is clear from the above study. The Romanians find evinces deep concern for the following society. In each reform of our Romanian, there is an ironic, a melancholic overtone by which he has focused on the reality of the society and the individual as a reformist speculation of explicitly dominates his life. Okay, thank you. Sani Pasa, and Corey. Hello.
Thank you, Professor. Participants, if you have any question to pose to Professor Govindaraj, please. Oh, okay then. Thank you, Professor. Shall we go to the next presenter?
Okay, thank you, Professor. Thank you.
Akshara.
Close it.
Shall I? Akshara, are you there? Okay, I'll call upon Sister Ansi Moljoy to present her paper.
Good afternoon to all. My name is Ansimol Joy, Research Scholar of English Department, National College. My topic is the psychological impact of COVID-19 on human population and the fragile social situations in the pandemic year. The world faces a fragile socio-political situation due to the coronavirus COVID-19, which conquers all over the world. The socio-economic impact of this disease widely spreads all over the world within a short period of time, and the aftermath of this pandemic reaches at every nook and corner of the earth. The wake of novel coronavirus and its effects on the human psychological condition is a relevant topic to be discussed in the present situation. The psychological
Sister, please switch
impact.
on your video. Sister, sorry to interrupt. Please switch on your video. Yeah, please go ahead.
The psychological imbalance of the people who are suffered from this pandemic and those in isolation and quarantine is a serious social problem in this dangerous condition. The paper is an attempt to analyze the psychological aspects of humanity as a result of the advent of coronavirus and its impact on the social, political, and economical conditions of the present human society. These problems such as an unhealthy society, unemployment, and the economic conditions of the country are unanswerable in this unpredictable situation. The widespread of pandemic COVID a lot of influence on the people who are compelled to obey the privacy restrictions. The excessive worry about work and educational system, mental stress because of the infectious and harmful nature of this disease, and the tension regarding prevention against this dangerous virus are the mental distress during this pandemic year.
You lost it.
Hello.
Yeah.
Self-hate and depression are in a high range, and people are unable to take timely actions to make their peaceful position in their domestic as well as the public life. The stress of individuals regarding the lack of proper freedom, death of the relatives, the restrictions of the activities, and the improper working of the educational system imbalances the emotional and psychological dimensions of the present situation. The social media, which doubles the stress of mankind, has an impact on the psychological, emotional levels of man. The anxiety regarding the relatives who are abroad, the lack of money, and the loss of job have tremendous influence on people. The shortage of transportation and the medical care also leads to the widespread fear among the people. The uncertain situation leads the human to a wide range of anxiety regarding the future. The children who want more attention and care are restricted to be far away, mainly because of the social situations and the job in which the parents are part of. All people undergo mental stress concerning their health issues and medical conditions, since this disease mainly affect them. The less familiarity with the digital world also affect their psychological conditions, those who keep a distance from other entertainments and recreation. The wrong information and the fake messages about the rapid spread of coronavirus and its global destruction make people panic and disturbed, which leads to a psychological imbalance and a weak mental health during this social problem. The rules of the social distance are another factor which affects the psychological level, where the relationship between the family members, relatives, and neighbors are broken down. In conclusion, the exponential increase at both individual and social level of psychological disorders has a direct connection with the helplessness and anxiety of people who are under the threat of coronavirus. The entire world is in the clutches of COVID-19, which is harmful and foils to the entire human world, especially the patients and the healthcare people. Almost all people from various zones experience the stress and the consequence of COVID-19 to a certain degree. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Any questions? No. Okay, fine. If
They
there is
can
any
ask the
question, you
chat
may
box,
put.
sir.
Yeah, if there is any question, kindly share it in the chat box, and the presenters will follow that and respond.
Yes.
Shall we go to the next one then?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
Next, I would like to call upon Professor Sri Revati, ma'am.
Excuse me, just because we have got some time left in between, we are trying to make use of the time with the presenters that is possible. The regular presentation schedule will start according to as per the schedule. Okay, that it will start exactly at 2 o'clock. Now we will have a break between 1 and 2. Till then, we will have few presenters just to save time in the later session. Thank you. You can continue.
So, Professor Revati, ma'am.
Shri Revati, are you there?
Yes.
Please continue.
Sri Revati, ma'am, you can begin your presentation, ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am, you are not audible. Shri Revati, ma'am.
Okay,
Revati,
sir, can we call the other person, sir?
Yes, please call.
Okay. Okay, now I'll call the next presenter, Professor Anusuya.
Very good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to present a paper on historiographic metafiction in Salman Rushdie's Shame, Actually, historiographic metafiction, this is a term coined by Linda Hudson. And this novel, Shame, is a type of modern day fairy tale, shows its narrator. Rushdie brings out in his magic realist Shame, written in a fairy tale manner, his satire and criticism towards the oppressive rule of Pakistani political and military leaders and the injury they provide to the emergence of democracy in the country. And at the identical time, he elaborates on that shut relationship between shame and violence. This novel depicts the life of its hero, Umar Khayyam Shakil, who bears the identical name as the Persian poet. And through Umar Khayyam, it explores the lives of two families who take an energetic position in the countrywide politics. Although the narrator says that his fictional as is no longer Pakistan, the parallelism he creates and his insistent denial make it clear that he is writing about Pakistan and its current political past. Two Pakistanis are created in the novel, one fictional and one factual existing faucet via side. The USA in the story is now not Pakistan or no longer quiet. There are two countries, real and fictional, occupying the identical space or almost the same space. Rushdie in this way makes it viable to insert historical activities and personages into the fairy tale narrative of the novel, mixing with them with fictional characters to project the truth value of these historical facts and to create a choice versions of them. So that real Pakistan gives the creator the chance to reflect the recent political history of the country. Rushdie refers to the political occasions of the period, such as the division of India and after independence to permit for the formation of Pakistan as a separate independent as of in 1956, and the struggle and the 1971 struggle over Bangladeshi independence and the following session of Bangladesh and the execution of Bhutto in 1979. And he also inserts real political figures of the time as his characters. And I have mentioned some of the characters in this paper, like Harappa stands for Zulfikar Ali Bhutto, who managed to resume civilization rule after the succession of East Pakistan. Whilst General Raza Haider stands for General Zia ul Haq, who deposed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto and sentenced him to death, and so became the country's one-third Navy president. Among us, the different key allegorical figures in the novel, President Shaggy Dog mirrors the martial regulation administrator, General Aga Muhammad Yakan. So these are all the characters which I have mentioned, and the conclusion is the Shame novel is the postmodern view of historiography and the historic novel. Actually, Rushdie Shame as historiographic metafiction, and it has been claimed that this text of the novelist consists of historic fabric along with the metaphysical self-reflexivity with the purpose of subverting the Eurocentric records writing. And therefore, the monolithic discourse of the history can be open to multivocality in Salman Rushdie's Shame. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. I think I can call the next presenter. Professor Sri Revati, ma'am. If you're ready, you can present the paper. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You can continue, ma'am.
Professor Sri Revati, Department of English, National College. Here, I'm going to present the oppression and marginalization of women in Girish Karnad's Nagamandala. I have to start with famous quote. When men are oppressed, it's a tragedy. When women are oppressed, it's a tradition. As a tradition, Karnat significantly portrays the oppression of women by using the mythical belief in his famous drama Nagamandala. Here, Girish Raghunath Karnat, a gifted Indian playwright, actor, film director, a Rhodes Scholar, and writer in Canada. He also won the Jnanpith Award in the year 1990, the highest literary honor conferred in India. Some of his notable works are Kanidanda, Yayati, Hayavadana, Chaluvi, etc. He also won Indian honorary awards like Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, Sahitya Academy, etc. Girish Karnad wrote the play Nagamandala in the year 1987 to 88. His creative genius that lay in taking the fragments of historical and mythical experience and fusing them into a forceful statement. He brings realism in drama. He brings realism in drama by showing how the woman, after her marriage, was dumped under the control of her husband. The title of the play is not the name of the human character, but it is a snake. The play revolves around the relationship between the woman and the serpent, Naga. This play is based on a folk tale. We could observe that this serpent plays an important role than any other character. The play Nagamandala is based on the two oral stories from Karnataka that the playwright Karnat heard from his mentor and his friend, professor and prominent writer A.K. Ramanujan. Karnat, through his famous play, disclosed the exploitation and oppression of an Indian woman after her marriage life. He also beautifully explains how myths display the fears of men in society that's inherently patriarchal in order to control and suppress the action of women. Karnat play is full of symbolism and mythical beliefs, which shows the unequal nature of Indian society and how the women feels unstuffed by patriarchal norms. Rani, a protagonist of this drama, a young girl. Her name does not matter, but she was an only daughter to her parents. Her beauty shows she was a queen of the whole wide world. Queen of the long dresses, like a black king cobra, such a fairly woman had ever seen in this world.
No, carry on, please carry on.
Rani lived with her parent until she reached womanhood. Then, as a custom in Indian tradition, she was married to a young man named Appanna. He was a rich man and his parents were died. Rani was a pampered daughter to her parents. She does not know anything about the life after her marriage, except her lovable parents and cooking. After came to her last house, she was perplexed and isolated without knowing any neighbors. Appanna, a rotten-like husband, get a tender bud-like wife. From the day one, he came to his house only for lunch and spent rest of his time in his concubine house. This shows...
Professor Revati, sorry to interrupt here. Kindly present your conclusion.
Okay, sir. From mythical period to contemporary days, every woman have been oppressed under the handcuff of men. Rani, the heroine of the popular drama, was not exempted from these norms. Though she was innocent, she accepted and digested all those exasperated and heinous acts of Appanna. Unexpectedly pouring the love root juice into the snake burrow brings changes to her life. As we know, a cobra can assume any form it likes. In the life of Rani, night brings pleasant moment with Naha, whereas day brings unpleasant with Appanna. This drama artistically portrays how the women in our society lead their life before and after marriage. Rani made herself as a puppet in the hands of both Naga and Appanna. She tucks all her desires for the sake of building good name to her husband. Even in mythical period, women were entangled and perplexed in the clings of men. Rani is like a tender bud girl getting such a rotten husband like Appanna. She believes that there is no point of sitting silent like a stone image. At the end, she proves her chastity by swearing the king cobra in her hand. The major theme present in this drama is suffering and silence is the real strength of every Indian woman.
Thank you, Professor Revati. Is there any the chat box. If you have any question to any presenter, you can leave it in the chat box. Now, we will conclude the morning session with the last presenter, and after which we'll have a break of 1 hour. It will be clearly explained by the MCs. Now I call upon the last presenter of the morning session, Professor Divya. If you are there, kindly respond.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Please go ahead.
Yes, sir, thank you. Good afternoon, one and all. Hope I'm audible enough for you to listen. And the topic which I have chosen for my paper is Emerging Trends in 21st Century Poems, an analysis in the poems of Dr. KK. The moment of change is the only poem. Throughout ages and centuries, we see the change as the poem. The moment a change happens, the poem becomes the mirror of the change. A poet exploits the styles and themes of previous generation poets only to reflect the society and its collective ideas. So generally, when a poet has to reflect the manifestations of human intellectual advancement, he naturally had to exploit the previous generations, be it the theme or the style. It has to be exploited, and only then it becomes the perfect manifestation. And in my paper, I have discussed on the emerging trends of the present generation, the poems which are written after 2000, that is 21st century emerging trends. And I have chosen 3 major trends. One is celebrating beauty in everyday moments, technoculture, and political sarcasms. And the author, the poet I have chosen is Dr. KK, and he is actually a professor in Dr. Ambedkar University, an Indian prolific poet. And he is also a queer activist. He himself is a gay. And he is also a city poet, because you see throughout his poems, he just celebrates the city of Delhi and Kashmir. And the first trend which I am concentrating is beauty in everyday moment. What's beauty in everyday moment? We pass on the day missing many moments which seem to be beautiful. Like in your department, when a ray of sunlight passes through it. Not everyone would observe the beauty, but it is in a different angle. Okay, the poet, he looks at the ray of the sunlight in a different beautiful angle, and he expounds it and celebrates very simple moments. This trend is prevalent and it's very common in the 21st century poets. And I have brought in certain examples from Dr. KK's poem. This one poem, look at the line, when the auto climbs the Lodi Road flyover, and the 2 modernist arms of the Methodist Church take God's shape. For that half a second, my eye line swims through. The poet here discusses only on a moment, just a half a second, when he just climbs through the auto, climbs the Lodi Road flyover. So when he climbs that flyover, he sees a Khilji mosque where you have a very white, pure dome. Okay, he compares this white, very pure white dome to the moon. Every vehicle passing through the flyover would have not noticed this dome. But the poet, he celebrates that very simple half a second moment. He compares it to visiting a moon. Yes, he also takes the readers to visit the moon by comparing the dome. And the second poem is Outer Ring Road. Like this poem, look at the lines. You are in an auto speeding. He's standing by the roadside. You only hold a glimpse before a bus passes between him and you. I'm going very fast. So this happens in our everyday life. Like you pass through the vehicle, and you see that something obscures and you're not able to see something on the other side of the road. That happens very often. Either some vehicle passes between your vehicle and that object, or it could be anything. But there's always that longingness that you have missed to see that object. So this very simple moment when you travel by the road is also discussed in one more poem of Dr. KK. And he was arrogant as a Chatarpur farmhouse. Once this poem is actually, as I told you, he's a gay. He's writing about the conduct of his man in his poem. And Chatapu farmhouse, when asked in an interview, why did you compare your beloved to a Chatapu farmhouse? And his reply was that because he saw at that moment when he was stuck in a traffic one day, he saw a car driving rashly across the road. Okay, so that rash driving made him to compare the character of arrogance to his beloved. So he's calling, he was as arrogant as a Chatapu farmhouse. Okay, so all these simple moments. Yes, and this poem, when Farida Khanum. Okay, so when she sings now, she knows at the end of that note, when her voice breaks like a wishbone, he will stay. A very simple moment again. When you listen to the songs of your favorite singers or the voice of your favorite singers or the music, you are stuck there like you will stay there with the song, even the song ends. So this very simple moment is again celebrated by the poet in his Mamo poem. And for someone who read this 500 years now, this, see, it's addressing to a reader who reads the poem after 500 years. So he enlists all serious things in it, like how do you manage without ozone layer? Is Mumbai still standing in the land? Okay, all those things which will happen after 500 years. So he takes a very serious tone at the start of the poem, but ends the poem with a very simple moment. See, he just says, I had cut into the stone wall to your left. Akhil loves Rohit. Okay, he asks the readers to visit the Humayun's tomb where he has cut into the stone that Akhil loves Rohit. Everyone have this habit of cutting into the stones, or wherever we go to historical places or temples, we cut into the stones like Akhil loves Rohit, all these things. So from the very serious tone, the poet again brings the poem to a very simple moment. Just go and look, I have it, no? Just go and look that I have cut into the stone is Akhil loves Rohit. So these are certain examples like where you have celebrating a very simple moment of every day. And my second trend, I'll go very fast. My second trend is techno culture. As you all know, this generation, we even, our classes are aided by technology. So this is reflected in the style of the poem and also in as the languages. You have technological things. So my first poem on Akhil Katyal is my grandfather. And he says like his grandfather didn't Devanagari language because he led a very busy life. Okay, but this generation does not learn language because they are already aided with the technical support. Say he had to write to a Facebook friend to find something to the language, or he has to use a translation app. A translation app is enough for a person to know a language if he doesn't know a word, but people don't really take effort. So he laments in this book. But technology is, again, he's full of praises for technology in his poem, Maruti Swift, okay? A very easy transportation, we take Maruti Swift, it's not Maruti Swift, any car for that matter, we take, and he talks about the labor involved, okay? He takes 200 diesel engine cylinders, valves, all these things, okay? He's a full praises that to travel to a particular place to the car, you need so much of labor involved in it. And this poem, a very beautiful poem. Varun is typing. Okay, you could look
Professor,
at the language.
kindly present your conclusion, Professor, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I managed to be quite fast, but yet I was not able to complete it. That's fine. So this poem is one more poem, like I said, in which reflects the technological thing and political sarcasms. So my conclusion is that every generation looks this exploitation of poems. And in 21st century, we'll have to understand that poems are again exploited only to reflect the collective ideas of the society and the behavior of the society and the manifestation of human intellectual advancements. And it's very evident in Dr. Akhil Katyal's poem. Thank you. Any questions?
It was indeed a detailed presentation and a detailed work, a wonderful presentation indeed.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Any questions in the chat box? No. Right. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of the forenoon session now. Let's go for a lunch break for an hour and let us get back here exactly at 2 p.m. Thank you so much.
mute, mic mute.
ஏதாவது பேசுறீங்களா?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, all. I welcome you all back to the second session of the paper presentation. So the instructors are participants. You will be only given 5 minutes strictly for your paper presentation. If you have any questions to ask, you can ask that in the chat box. Now I personally welcome all the chairpersons for the presentation. Dr. Sri Vidya, Associate Professor of English, St. John's College, and Ms. K. Shiva Shakti, Dr. K. Agalya, and Ms. S. Pungadi, Assistant Professor of English of Vaisnavi College. So I think we can begin the presentation. So the first chairperson will be Dr. Sri Vidya, and the presenters. If you're ready, I can begin. So the first presenter will be.
Excuse me, ma'am, is it the chairperson is Sivashati, ma'am, or?
Yes. No, Dr. Sri Vidya.
Excuse me.
For the first chairperson is Dr. Shiva Shakti. Sorry.
Yeah. Okay.
My apologies.
Thank you. The chairperson is ready, ma'am. You can call upon the candidate's name, presenter's name to present. Over to the MC desk.
Okay, okay. So participants, I tell you once again, you'll be given only 5 minutes for your presentation. So thank you. So the first person is Dr. Dara Babu, Academic Consultant, Department of English.
Yes, madam.
So
Yes, madam.
you are the first presenter.
Yes, madam.
So you
I
can
would like
start your
to-
presentation.
Okay, madam. I will start my presentation, madam.
Okay.
Civilization is the selected novels of Charles Dickens and Mulraj Anand. Abstract. According to scholar perspective, every writer is a product of his own period, and his attempt is essential to read the history of Charles Dickens and Mulraj Anand. Time and the problems they incur and write about in their writings. A brief study of their lives would differently add some meaning to this type of comparative reading, both the author's childhood and youth, and a very great encounter in their writings. Both Charles and Mulraj Anand were prolific writers. Both of them lived in the times of great social and economic upheavings. Nothing except them, as both were endeavored with key participants and deep insight. The novel of Charles Dickens and Mulraj Anand are viewed insulation of world that is so shockingly real and fixed that there seems to escape from it. They describe thoroughly and convincingly the plight of the child rejected. Introduction. The present study interested to examine the scholars of views and attitude which the condition his work or the result of number of influence that operates upon him from childhood onwards. And Dickens and Anand are no expectations in this respect. Their yearly education and people they have met, social millions, and the books they read have all conditions their art and gone into the making of Charles Dickens and Mulraj Anand, spokesmen of the low and undergoing privilege. Dickens has spent the first part of his childhood in South England, but in 1814 the family was moved to London. When John was posted there, his father worked as a major clerk in the naval pay office, but because he was continually living beyond his means, he was imprisoned for debate. In the Maharshala in 1824, in 12 years old clerks was taken from school and sent to work at a boot blocking factory. At the age of 15, he was employed by societal fun and studied review of related literature. Mr. Sri Vasanta arrived Kumar, Department of English, Dr. Rammohan Lohal, awards, university prize published these scholars. Mr. Ramurthy's 1988 PhD research scholar, Department of English, Tamil Nadu, published these entitled The Novel of Charles Dickens and Malcolm Anand. A comparative study, he was clearly explained and grading. Frederick K. William, 1984, PhD research scholar, Department of English, Sri Krishna Devaraya University, Anantapur, published this thesis entitled The Merit of the Childhood in the Novel of Charles Dickens. Overview. In the sense of Indian scholars, every writer has their own presentation of their describe heroes individually and prescription of according to the Charles Dickens. He is more successful with heroes, characters and drawn from the middle and lower classes of this society. Charles Dickens used the first person when writing great expressions so that the character tells the story rather than the author. Charles Dickens made use of figures of speech known to the medieval conclusion. The researchers find out regarding to the view and changes of Charles Dickens and Malcolm Anand. They were firmly believes that human civilization does not always indulge in the wars, creating conflicts one after another to the portraying hero's role. He hopes that the spheres of enclosement civilization such as particulars of new civilization used in by the recollection. Sir? Yes, sir? Sir, end of my
Participants, do you have any questions? If you have any questions, you can kindly put that in the chat box. Yeah. Okay, thank you. We'll go on to the next participant.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you. So the second participant, Reshma K, Assistant Professor, Department of English. So you can start your presentation. Okay, so I'll go on to the next participant. Miss Reshma K is not here, so the next participant I now call upon Professor K. Prabha, National College. You can start your presentation.
Yes, thank you. Very good afternoon to one and all gathered here. And I really congratulate the staff members from both the colleges for making this initiative. So I wish you all success. And let me begin this presentation. And yeah, the title of my paper is Food as Metaphor in Gita Hariharan's The Remains of the Feast. So here, food is closely associated with our culture and also with our emotions. Among the basic necessities that are essential for human life, food occupies prime position. So in Indian culture, eating food together, it is not an activity, but it is essential where we share our emotions and our ideas when we share our food. Okay, the use of food as a metaphor culture creates both verbal and also emotional impact in the story. So this short story by the writer, The Remains of the Feast, in which food is used as a metaphor, and this paper is an attempt to show how food is served as metaphor, and especially a metaphor of subversion. And this writer has written for many novels and short stories. Am I audible? Yeah. Yeah. Shall I continue? Yeah. So this is actually entitled in a collection of short stories which were entitled as The Art of Dying. And this story has a remarkable plot which is a combination of humor and a tinge of sadness. And also there is an old woman, her name is Rukmani in the story, and she is suffering from cancer. So before she dies, she wanted to taste all the food, especially food from bazaar, okay, all the street foods. She Brahmin family in which certain kind of food were not permitted to eat, especially eating non-veg food and food, egg, cakes, all these things are prohibited inside the Brahmin's house. But this lady, this old lady, 90-year-old lady, she's suffering from cancer. She has this idea to taste all kind of foods, which her great granddaughter is getting from these street bazaars. So the narrator of the story is Ratna, and she is the granddaughter of this old lady. And the old lady, she's very ignorant, and she is a village-bred woman, and even she's very, very ambitious because she is fighting against the cancer. The cancer cells which were eating her health and eating her days. So she wanted to fight against this cancer cells. For that, she started to eat too many foods. She started to consume too many foods. So she says that it is like an urge to eat all the food items before she dies. And also, this strange partnership between old lady Rukmini and her great granddaughter because this granddaughter is getting food for the grandmother, which were not prohibited to eat inside the Brahmin's house. And after that, it becomes a day-to-day activity to consume food during the night time because all the members in the family, they were scolding both the Ratna and Rukmini for eating such foods. So later on, they develop a habit of eating food during the midtime, and it becomes a clandestine quality of the lady. And also, that is a line mentioned in this goes like this. For the intake of food prepared by non-Brahmin hands. So it is like an adventure in food outside food inside a Brahmin's house and eat it during the midnight. And also, this old lady, she started to neglect all the advice and threats from the doctors, and she started to consume food in a more number. And also, the adverse effect of all these food items and the which she is taking for cancer all leads to severe pain and sufferings. And at last, this old lady was hospitalized for 10 days, and after that, she died. So here in this story, the old women's desire to taste a variety of food, it has become a permanent activity for the older lady to fight against cancer. And she willfully consumes this shows that food has become a symbol of subversion. And also the pastry items which were from Christian shops and prepared by non-Brahmin hands. So it shows that she is against the moral and normative practices in the society. And also here food is used as a metaphor, and also it explains the discursive link between hygiene and morality. And also the text highlights the place of women and the desire of an old women within the conservative societal system. And with this, I stop my presentation. I thank all for providing me this opportunity. And if there is any question, I'm ready to answer.
Participants, if there are...
Oh, she's speaking. Yeah, she's speaking.
Participants, if there are any questions, you could put them in the chat box. And let us move to the next person, that is Dr. R. Kamachiammal. Dr. R. Kamachiammal. Srividya ma'am, can we move on?
Ma'am, it is Sivashati ma'am, not Srividya ma'am.
I think we can move on to the next person if Dr. R. Kamachiammal is not present. So the next. Okay, so I'll call upon the next presenter, Dr.
Ma'am?
Dr. R. Kamachiammal.
We'll move on to the next person if she is not present.
Okay, Dr. Sri Ramakrishnan, are you there?
Ma'am?
Am I audible, ma'am?
Hello?
Participant not available means just move on to next, ma'am.
Hello?
Yes.
Ma'am?
Yes.
Rajendran Kamachiammal, ma'am. Hello? Ma'am?
You're audible, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
You're audible. Just
you could start presenting, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. Good afternoon to one and all. My topic is Margaret Atwood, The White and Women's World, Social Life and Human Relationship. Introduction. The white Canadian writer Margaret Atwood is a celebrated novelist, poet, short story writer, and a known critic as well. In her writings, there is a vital correspondence between men and nature. Subsequently, social life and human relationship are central issues that addresses Atwood writings. Atwood graduated from the University of Toronto, won a Woodrow Wilson Fellowship there. She took her master's degree from Redcliffe College since 1973. Atwood has been living with Graham Gibson, a Canadian novelist and cultural activist, with daughter Elena Gies, They now live in Toronto. Atwood has been a writer in residence at several universities such as the University of British Columbia, the University of Alberta, are the founding members and organizers of the Union of Canadian Fiction Writers in Canada. She has coveted positions like the chair of the Writers Union 1982 to 83 and the president of the Canadian Culture of International PEN 1984-1986. She is still an effective spokesperson and activities on behalf of Canadian writers and women's rights. Consequence of self-deception. Almost all her novels address the nuances as she saw in a woman's world. In Atwood's novel Lady Oracle, Joan's experience with Aunt Lou is quite pleasant and friendly. She imitates Aunt Lou's way of housekeeping. In Aunt Lou house, furniture, dress and other things are always found scattered. This makes Joan reflect, to me this disorder means you go to what you liked. I imitated it in my own bedroom, scattering clothes and books and chocolate bar wrappers over the surfaces so carefully planned by my mother. Aunt Lou is a public relations writer, having written a text entitled "You Are Growing Up." She opens up spaces for Joan, creating the possibility of self and motion. Aunt Lou's relationship has a beneficial effect on Joan. It frees her from economic dependency on her mother and also from the burden of her fatty appearances because Aunt Lou's legacy lays a condition of setting a weight of 100 pounds for claiming it. Aunt Lou is the antithesis of Joan's mother. Aunt Lou articulates the female function of Joan, which her puritanical mother fails to do. Joan wants to prove her power to her mother and succeeds one day. Once, when I arrived home in a new lime green car, coat with toggles down the front, flashing like a neon melon, my mother started to cry. She cried copiously, passively. She was leaning against the banister. Her whole body shook as if she had no bones. My mother had never cried where I could see her, and I was dismayed but elated to at this evidence of my power, my only power. I had defeated her. I would never let her make me over in her image, thin and beautiful. Joan prefers Aunt Lou to be her mother. Joan's mother enrolled Joan in the dancing school partly because it was fashionable to send the 7-year-old girl to dancing and partly because she thought it would make Joan less chubby. But in spite of her constant practice in dance, she could not shed weight. However, Joan loved dancing. Miss Flack, being innovative and creative, arranged for annual spring recital. She classified dancing girls into 5 groups on the basis of their age. Joan came under the dress rehearsal. Joan's mother talks to Miss Flack, pointing to Joan's unsuitability of butterfly costume. Later on, Jones feels. So Atwood, a lady oracle, the main influence on Joan's life during her teenage was her Aunt Lou. It was through this blood and that Joan discovered Maltin. Hollywood movies, the artist of the Canadian National Exhibition and leader spiritualism. She began to have haunting dreams of a fat lady, first seen at the Canadian National Exhibition in pink tutu and dancing slippers. The most significant of her experiences with Aunt Lou was her discovery of spiritualism and automatic writing. Conclusion: Atwood always articulates her concern for man-woman relationship, social evils, and other male-female clutches of the gender-biased society. She has some solution through her characters. Sometimes she openly recommended her views of life to the society. Advises, yeah, notable, Zincocratic educates, recommends, suggests, and reflect her attitude towards life in her novels. Thank you. Any question
The next
from my
presenter,
topic?
Dr. C. Ramakrishnan from Rajapalli. Participants, if there are any questions, you could put up in the chat box. So if not, we can move on to the next presenter, who is Dr. C. Ramakrishnan.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. Am I audible? Huh?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible. You could present.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, I expected in the morning. I was informed that morning, if you are ready, please be ready to present your paper. I literally set my mind to present my paper in the morning. But anyway, I'm very happy to meet all of you. Very nice to meet you all. And first of all, I thank the organizing committee, the social perspective, online conference, giving us a chance to share our opinion regarding the contemporary period, how the literature functions. I have chosen the author Margaret Atwood, a Canadian writer, a famous feminist. How she became a feminist, and from her works and what I understood from that, first she realized she is quality of feminine, then talked about feminism, and after that she became feminist for women. All works really very informative. Especially I have chosen the poem "A Sad Child." The title itself admired a lot. Whomever reads the title, it has a multi-meaning. A sad child. And the famous lines in that, my topic related to that is hugging sadness. Hugging sadness I viewed in a different way. What is hugging sadness? Normally, person who are in sad, automatically they start to hug something. That means either toy or something else. In the olden period, it was related to women, because sadness, when they are sadness, automatically depression overtakes. But in the contemporary period itself, the poet felt we have to welcome that kind of sufferings. You should not get depressed while in suffering. That is the main aim of the poem, I thought. The sad child. Why the child was looking sad? The first line itself, you are sad because you are sad. Very excellent line. Even the first line itself, the author pointed out, you are sad. Why you are sad? It is because you are sad, so you are sad. Why you are sad? There are many reasons she has pointed out in that poem. There are many reasons to become sad. Because the modern world, in even the pandemic period, every people realize in what kind of depression we are living. Not only the coronavirus. Maximum people, they suffer a lot and easily they become depressed. But maximum the suffered persons are women, as per the poem. What she pointed out, women become depressed compare with men, like that only she thought, I think. So what I imagined regarding the sad child may be a man. That means the title is very clever, sad child, not girl child or born child. The poet mentioned just a child, common gender, maybe a girl or maybe a boy. it may be a boy, I think, because when he becomes a father, what are the problems the women will make? Depression is common. My daughter should not meet that kind of depression. Like that, only the child was looking very sad. The world, in the coming world, and what are the sufferings we have to make? That motivation only the poet created the poem, I think. All lines, especially the line hug your sadness, the every critic and every reader attracted by that kind of line, hugging your sadness, like that only it is said. So really it is a fantastic one. Not only that, just a minute. You need to sleep. That is the main highlight. You need to sleep. Sleep is a permanent solution for the person who are in depressed. There are two meanings in sleep. One is death, another one is ordinary sleep. Normally, in literary explanation, sleep is considered as a temporary death. Death is compared as a permanent sleep, like that only we are saying. So here what he says, while you are sleeping, you forget all the things, because when you think again and again the same thing, that will spoil your health. So that only the poet say that you need sleep. Normally in most of the literature, they say that, when the baby is crying, don't cry, because in future you have to cry a lot. So don't cry, like that only they are saying. The same thing here repeated, just go to bed, just sleep. In future, just many depression may come and you have to face that kind of things. So as a child, try to sleep and take rest. Through that only you can refresh yourself. Depression, when you sad the whole, you cannot get out of from that. The same stanza he told that, well, all children are sad. All children are sad means there are many problems will come, but some get over it. Maximum people try to come over it, but maximum when they try to come over it again and again, it is a repetition of them. They never think about what are the blessings they met, what are the blessings they have. They never think about it. So that only they are taking different decisions. So the poet through the poem, what is it? Forget everything. Forget just sadness.
ఏం రాలే అంటే నేను జూమ్ లింక్ ఆమె నాకు ముందు పంపించలే. నేను ఫోన్ చేసి అడిగిన తర్వాత ప్రెజెంటేషన్ కి లింక్స్ రాలేదు ఏంటి అంటే అప్పుడు పంపించింది. జూమ్ లో ఏమన్నా ఇచ్చారేమో లింక్స్. ఏంది ఆర్గనైజేషన్ వస్తా సరిగా లేదు.
Can you hear words? No? Excuse me, ma'am.
Hear you. Please wait. Some other mic is on.
Yeah, I think so. So that only some.
Now you can continue, sir. Now you can continue.
Continue, sir.
Yeah, right. Now forget what, like that only the poet advised the child to forget what. Through the child, the poet wanted to convey the whole world. Sadness is common. Okay, depression is common. Every person has to face that kind of. In that depression, how you have to come out. That was. And whatever the sufferings, whatever the problems you face, it is easy. Like that only the poet said. And finally, how my darling. That means.
Sir, we can't hear you.
Oh, you're muted. Sorry for the interruption, Dr. Ramakrishnan.
Is it clear, ma'am? Oh,
yes.
Now.
Yes, you can speak now.
Yes, okay, madam. Okay, thank you. Right. And so how she concludes, and depression is common. Don't think about again and again. Don't be sad. And when you come out, then only you can face, because the world is made of all the things. And we have to face everything in the world. Through that only we can lead a peaceful. Don't be sad at any situation. Or not only for women, just maximum reader what they feel that sad child, the situation, everything based upon only women only suffered. Women suffered, at the same time, suffering is common, like death. So please try to come out from that. That is the main concept of the poem, what I understood from that. Even now it is continuing. That is the main problem. Easily women or men become depressed and committed suicide. Many news we are watching related to that. It is because of depression, stress-free. Maximum news what it comes means depression. So come out and life, try to be happy in the life. That is the message of the poem I understood. Thank you very much for the chance. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Participants, I remind you that if you have any questions, you could post in the chat box. So moving on, it is Dr. Shakila Banu. Dr. Shakila Banu?
Yes, madam, I am here. Hello. Can you hear me,
Yes,
madam?
Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear Chair. I'm Dr. Shakila Banu here to present my paper along with my colleague, Dr. Shravana Jyoti. We are working in Vignans University, Andhra Pradesh, Guntur. Let me share my paper. And my paper is on post-colonial literature. And we know India was rich country, and of course it's a rich country now, still it is labeled as developing country. I'm talking about the post-colonial concept in my paper. To discuss that, I took one novel by Haider, a Muslim author from North India. She was a Muslim author. She was no more now. And here the novel name is My Temples Too. Am I audible? Hello? Hello, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, please
You are
continue.
audible, ma'am. Carry on.
Okay, thank you. And India, we know it was a colony for many colonizers. First, the Turks, later Afghans, and many Islam rulers invaded India and ruled it and made it their colony. And later comes Europeans, and they left a remarkable seal on India as something like dark, and it created a great difference to India when it traveled from India traveled from colonial phase to post-colonial phase. There was a great change in its attitude, means Indians' attitude. This concept was discussed in this novel, My Temples Too. Here, author tried to parallelize its journey with the journey of novel's protagonist, Rakshanda Begum. Rakshanda Begum is very rich, educated, affluent, and from very rich Muslim family, Nawab's family. And she was educated, so she always aimed at very virtuous things like getting freedom and making India proud. And she's a very hardcore fan of Gandhiism, as many youth were there in those colonial rule, like Bhagat Singh and Subhash Chandra Bose. They are they were burning with the patriotic feelings. The same way she was very patriotic and always dreamt of making India free and having Indians free. And she was editor of New Era, a magazine that wrote about that wrote about patriotism and free India, etc. And here in she was rich as India was rich before colonial rule and of course in colonial rule. And what happened in this national movement, many obstacles came in these patriotic leaders ways, and the same way she struggled a lot in her life. She saw many ups and downs in her life. Rakshanda Begum is a very dear daughter of her father, Nawab. She educated in many rich colleges, many very prominent and popular colleges and universities. And finally, what happened as India finally got freedom, as we know, after freedom, what happened? The great tragedy happened, partition. Means India left parted by Britishers. It is fragmented as Pakistan and India, and it left with a great chaotic conditions, situations. Means people, especially in North India, we people, South Indian people, don't know much about this partition. Means when that country divided, two national theory it is called. When that our India divided, people who were living at that particular places, they were in confusion. They don't know whether they are Indian or they are Pakistani. Such chaotic, confusing conditions were arose. The same thing was in Rakshanda Begum's life. Means when India got freedom, all the means the Nawabs or Raja Maharajas, their properties are taken away by Indian government and their titles are cancelled. They left with nothing. The same thing happened to Rakshanda Begum. Her all houses, her all properties, lands were confiscated by Indian government after freedom, and they left with nothing. In the same way, India also left in great confusion. Though it get freedom, many troubles, many tragedies, many problems are awaiting free India, like poverty, unemployment. These all issues, means not so experienced leaders, and whom means not many leaders to attend public, common people, common public. In the same way, it is a parallel. It means it is symbolized with a lady's life, India and Rakshanda Begum. Here in this partition phase, means in this post-colonial phase, as India was troubled by both people. Okay.
Please stick to the time, and we have also one question here put up by Ramdas Ahirwar. So if you come up, we could answer that question.
Okay, sure, ma'am.
Okay.
Finally, what happened here? What I observed is Haider symbolically told India's fate. Symbolically, she compared India's fate with Rakshanda Begum's fate. That's what I would like to present here. Means the travel of colonial period to post-colonial period, not that much easy. And our great country India had taken a way back, and the same way Rakshanda also felt many things, and finally left with a chaos and troubles. And finally we found that the protagonist Rakshanda was walking aimlessly and directionlessly at the end of the novel. That's what I would like to say here. Okay, questions are welcome. I couldn't see. Yes.
And the question is, do both those novels talk about the partition of India?
Sorry, it's not both novels I'm talking. This is the only one novel, My Temples Too, by Hurratulain Haidar. She was a North Indian Muslim author.
Thank you, ma'am. I hope the answer was satisfactory to Ramdas. So moving on, thank you for the presentation, ma'am. Moving on, we have Professor S. Subhash from Trichy. Professor S. Subhash.
Hello, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Hello, ma'am.
Okay, you can proceed.
My paper is on Gemma Hartley's Fed Up. The book name is Fed Up, Navigating and Redefining Emotional Labor for Good. So the book is a non-fiction about emotional labor. I aim to provide a Bavarian perspective on this non-fiction book. First of all, we should establish what is Bavarian perspective and what kind of framework we are going to use to study the non-fiction. For instance, when we study fiction, the frameworks are quite similar. They're quite usual. We study the characters, we study their articulation with social lives. Sometimes we study their own sensibilities. But with non-fiction, what we study is, we study the sensibilities of an author while they interact with empirical literature, while they interact with literature that explores politics, gender studies, and psychology. So this is what Vivod tells about women who do housework and women who work outside. She often does both. She frees herself from lover through work and escapes work thanks to her lover. But then she experiences the double servitude of a job and masculine protection. For the married woman, her salary usually means extra income. But woman never buys total independence through her own efforts. This is what Simon de Beauvoir says. As far as Beauvoirian perspective is concerned, it aims to, it establishes that femininity needs to achieve transcendence. Femininity needs to achieve transcendence in order to establish gender equality. But in this paper, we navigate if when men involved in emotional labor, can gender equality be established, at least according to Beauvoirian perspective. It is already true. Switch on, sir. Excuse me, ma'am. Yes, sir. So we are trying to establish. We are talking about fed up, redefining emotional labor for good. So Gemma Hartley's description of women being fed up because they have to manage almost everything. She says that she has to manage picking up kids, cleaning the house, etc., while her husband does not care about it. But she needs. She says that she has to be recognized for the work she does. Unlike fiction, which follows truth according to the perspective of author, unlike fiction, which follows truth according to the perspective of author, non-fiction actually follows truth with the author, with the author's real life and its articulation with the reading of empirical literature. Gemma Hartley seeks to surpass the mainstreamness while interacting everyday monotony of emotional labor, as she does in her home and as she does in her work. She does not recognize the emotional labor of just white women, but also the women of color. But her framework of something which recognizes emotional labor does not fit the framework of Asiatic societies because the economics is different. It is likely to confine women to their home. So, as you saw Bjorn perspective, let's see Gemma Hartley's perspective. Boys are encouraged to be unattached and aloof. Girls become communal and are emotionally intelligent and know how to forge bonds. Behaviors that are discouraged in adolescent boys. Girls are thoughtful of others' needs, but low maintenance their own. So liberal views of men ensuring basic rights of men are supposed to be something which has to be appreciated, at least according to Gemma Hartley. Even the act of her husband playing with his kids is appreciated by Gemma Hartley's own mother, because it is rarely something which the masculine traits inculcate. So with our affirmations, it is also important to point out that the capitalist world needs skills that have long been feminine traits. Consumerism needs care. Care is an integral part of emotional labor, at least of married women. But when these two conflicts for men, it raises hostility of feminine characteristics and also a likening towards it. So from a social perspective, the masculine gender is rewarded transcendence through gratitude.
Excuse me, Professor, sorry for the interruption.
Yes.
Your time is up. Could you please summarize?
Yeah. So the transcendence which we were aimed to achieve has not been achieved, at least not according to Gemma Hartley, but it has provided emancipation. But as far as liberation concerned, it has to be navigated and investigated through Bavarian perspective. That's it, ma'am. I used Simon de Beauvoir's The Second Sex as a framework to investigate this non-fiction.
Thank you, Professor. Now
Thank
we
you.
have Professor P. Amaloparva Mairi and Dr. R. Sudarshan from Trichy. Professor P. Amaloparva Mairi and Dr. Sudarshan. Okay, we shall move on. The next presenter is S. Rajesh from Bangalore.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for providing this wonderful opportunity, madam. And also, I thank all the organizers for providing this wonderful platform to present my ideas. And my topic is on linguistics, where I have chosen applied linguistics to sort out the problems which are involved in the acquisition of phonetics, English phonetics at the undergraduate level. So the abstract of my essay is like where it examines and it cross-verifies as to what the problems which are involved in the acquisition level at the undergraduate or the tertiary level of learning English language. And also we can see that as applied linguistics is that branch of linguistics which mainly deals with the solving of problems or the issues which are involved in language. And apart from that, we can see that as an English teacher, it's the responsibility of a teacher to teach the language accurately and correctly. Apart from teaching the content or delivering the content, it's the sole responsibility of a teacher to teach the language in its appropriate way. But somewhere I personally feel that, out of my personal experience as an English teacher, that we teachers somewhere we fail to teach language in an appropriate way, especially when it comes to the phonetics or the pronunciation of English words. So that's where my field of research is. And we can see that phonetics is one of the crucial segments of the study of language, which is associated with linguistics. And phonetics being the branch of linguistics, it deals with features of speech sounds especially. And we can see as how phonetics is further subdivided into articulatory phonetics, auditory phonetics, and acoustic phonetics. So if it comes to acquisition of phonetics, it's mainly focused on the teaching of articulatory phonetics. But today's India's English classrooms are not teaching the phonetics. It's a very pathetic thing or pathetic part on us. And we can see that how to sort out these problems at the tertiary level of teaching English. For this, a teacher, one who teaches English language, should be well-trained and should be having the capabilities and the capacity to teach English language in an appropriate manner. Without training oneself or without having much knowledge about the language, and especially the fundamentals of the language, a teacher cannot teach accurately to one's students. So for this, I have emphasized two factors. One is the psychological factor, and the other one is physiological factor. To discuss with psychological factor, I have cited one of the famous psychologists, Professor Jean Muller, who says that the teaching process or the teaching and learning process will always happen only on the basis of response to stimuli. Unless and until the stimulus is being sent from the teacher, there will not be a response from the student. Because it is the stage of learning where the student will always assume or take the teacher as one's role model. So therefore, the teacher need to have more linguistic capacities and competencies to teach the language. So that's what Professor Muller also says. There should be appropriate and correct stimulus which has to be sent from the teacher in order to unravel the response from the learner. At the same time, that it's also the responsibility of the teacher to teach acoustics or the sounds of the language while teaching literature itself. But unfortunately, we ignore the developing the habit of reading skills in the classroom, especially when it comes to loud reading. We don't allow the students to read loudly, especially when it comes to literary texts, because I personally feel that the literary classes are very monotonous and passive in nature, where the teacher will be dominating the class and where the learners or the students are not allowed to read loudly. But I feel that at this level, I mean, at the graduation level too, the students need to be called out for reading loudly so that a teacher can correct the mistakes of the students when they go wrong with the pronunciation of the words. But as the English classroom is highly heterogeneous in nature,
Excuse me, sir.
Sorry?
Excuse me, sir. Your time is up. Could you please summarize?
Madam, it's seven minutes, right?
But we are running out of time, sir.
Oh, okay, that's fine.
We are only giving 5 minutes for each batch. Okay, sir.
No, because it was said 7 minutes. Fine, madam. Right, so this is what my idea is. And this is what I've developed by presenting this very paper. Thank you for providing this opportunity.
Thank you, presenters, and sorry to interrupt to the MC desk. I hope from 3 to 4, the chairperson is Dr. K.A. Agalya. You can call upon her. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Shiv Shakti, ma'am, for being the chairperson. And now I call upon Agalya, Dr. Agalya, to chair the session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we have the next
Thank
presenter.
you. Thank you, ma'am.
So we have the next presenter, Shweta Tiruchirappalli Trivedi.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, yes, you can proceed.
I am audible there?
Yes.
Okay. Hello. I am audible there, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay. I am Shweta Trivedi, PhD scholar from Department of English, CLA, Saurashtra University. And my presentation topic is delineation of Indian social milieu in A.K. Ramanujan's poems. So today I am going to present my research paper on Ramanujan's poems, in which I have found some aspects of Indian social milieu. First of all, I have to give the importance of what does the mean of milieu or its presentation. So right now I am going to present my abstract first. Literature demonstrates the society itself. Every literature enables to establish a unique identity on the earth. Society and literature are the inseparable part of each other. It is quite difficult to imagine any literature without the depiction of certain society in it. Society is the crucial group of people in which the human being survives. Am I audible, ma'am? Sorry for that. Or it's there?
Yes, you're audible. Yes, you're audible.
Okay, ma'am. Literature reflects the customs, traditions, rituals, cultures, and social dogmas of certain societies, and depiction of these aspects in literature is the universal phenomena which denotes human culture with the specific elements of it. A.K. Ramanujan was the leading poet among the history of Indian writing in English literature. He has worked passionately to denote the portrayal of Indian societal elements such as customs, rituals, then social ceremonies, and description of famous places of India. This research paper attempts to analyze the delineation of Indian social milieu in A.K. Ramanujan's selected poems are their obituary, snacks, ecology, from where and river. Hippolyte Taine's formula about res, milieu, and moment is the milestone in literature realm. This formula refers the interconnectedness among the characters, socio-cultural environment, local, and its description in literary works. The keywords of this paper are society, milieu, A.K. Ramanujan, poems, rituals, and Indian places. So I'm going to start with the introduction of my paper is that Atipat Krishnaswamy Ramanujan is a profound, versatile personality who has contributed to various fields of knowledge. He was a poet, linguist, translator, folklorist, playwright, and philologist. His contribution in the in a genre of poetry is truly remarkable, and apart from these, he has precisely contributed in Indian writing English. He was born in Mysore in Tamil Brahmin family. He was a creator of anthologies such as The Striders, Relations, Second Sight, The Black Hand, Collected Poems, etc. His poems revolve around the themes of family, Indian culture, social organizations, then social issues, nostalgia, customs, traditions, and rituals. So here I am going to describe as well as to explain the title code here, milieu, which I have selected to work on it here. That milieu is the popular aspect of every literature of this world. According to Hornby, the word milieu means the social environment that you live or work in. The word milieu is derived from French, which means the social environment of society. Every writer or poet provides a depiction of socio-cultural elements of a region. Milieu is the multi-purpose term which applies for geographical perspective, literary perspective, and general perspective of it. Hippolyte Taine's formula about res, milieu, and moment is a milestone in the literature realm. This formula refers to the interconnectedness among the characters, socio-cultural environment, local places, and its description in literary works. Here, Ramanujan has depicted the Indian milieu with reference to social rituals, depiction of local customs and traditions. So here the term kinship is generally preferred in Ramanujan's poem with delineation of that man's relationship with society is the source for analysis of his poetry. The family background plays an essential role in the social development of one's family. As a result, Ramanujan has expressed the real events of his lifespan by the medium of poems. In obituary, Ramanujan creates the imagery of death ritual in Hinduism. Rituals are the unique identity of every society, which provides a way of life to the members of society. In obituary, his delineation of social milieu at the peak point. He has mentioned the ritual of pouring gas of dead people into the holy river. He says in his poem obituary that I am reading the stanza that look one bit different, several spinal disc rough, someone to call for sons, to peek
Excuse me, ma'am.
gingerly and throw as the priest said, facing
Hello?
east. Hello, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am. Your time is up.
Okay, but some are remain for that. Okay, so I'm reading right now conclusion. Is it fine? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am,
You
you
could
can.
just.
Okay, fine. Her preoccupation, his preoccupation with the social milieu stands him as the poet of human life. And as Bhagat Nayak rightly says, his memories are located in the specific society of the Tamil Brahmins, and his use of the self as the center of some of his poems seems to grow out of the Indian experiences and sensibility. In nutshell, the delineation of Indian social milieu is a remarkable aspect of his poems. So, thank you all of you to giving me this very precise opportunity to present my idea. So thank you all of you.
Thank
Any
you, ma'am.
question?
Thank you so much. If there are any questions, they'll put up in the chat box, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
The next presenter is Tanya Sabu from Coimbatore.
Hello.
Yes, ma'am. You're audible.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tanya. I'm a research scholar from Karunya Institute of Technology and Science, Coimbatore. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to present my article here today. So my topic of presentation here is Violence and Silence in Chimamanda Ngozi Adichie's Purple Hibiscus. As some of you might know, Adichie is a well-known Nigerian author, and this work which I've taken here is Adichie's first published work, which was published in the year 2003. So Purple Hibiscus is a feminist work that challenges the tendency of men to dehumanize women. As you all know, domestic violence is a regular feature in many homes around us, a situation which is clearly portrayed in this debut work of Adichie. In most of her works, she focuses her attention on women and what they go through in life, the love for their family, respect for their husbands, even when they are treated very shabbily and with utter disdain. So this novel clearly shows how patriarchy undervalues female experiences and how it acts as a strong ideology that controls women in several societies. Women, being the muted group, are often compelled to follow and accept what men formulate. The oppressive and dehumanizing situation the characters in this work undergo seems very extraordinary to all of us. But these are real world stories that are modified and recreated for the society's awareness. It therefore has a direct relevance to our contemporary society. So in this novel, Adichie presents the protagonist of the play, that is the father figure, Eugene Achike, as a foolish man who cannot reason beyond his nose and becomes a burden to both his immediate and extended family members. He is extremely controllable and over tyrannical. Everybody around him needs to live and do things according to Eugene's wishes. He rules the household with a very rigid hand. Failure to do things as he wants to attracts severe beatings. So this makes his wife Beatrice and two children, Kampali and Jaja, to live in perpetual fear inside their own home. So women has always been the receiving end when it comes to domestic violence. Through the character of the mother figure here, Beatrice, the novel explores how wives are subjugated by their husbands. It explores the social context of physical abuse. So here, Kambali, who is one of the children, is the narrator. She presents before us a very wealthy family, but troubled family to the readers. The novel begins with the words, "Things started to fall apart at home." Even if the uses of these words here are purely coincidental, They provide a very apt summary for all of us of what is going to happen in the next pages of the novel. The opening line gives us, the readers, a sign of threat that coexisted between the family members. The house is in complete turmoil and things are close to disintegrate. So here, the protagonist, that is Eugene, is a very well-respected man outside his home, a person who always spoke for truth and justice. Yet, very disturbingly, in his home, there was no freedom. The children often struggle to reconcile their father's public persona together with his private self. In this novel, Beatrice's world, that is the mother's world, is exclusively controlled by her husband. She is not entitled to have any choice or feelings of her own. In this novel, Beatrice encounters several miscarriages caused due to severe beatings of Eugene. She is consistently captured by the narrator with having swollen eyes or face full of tears or bleeding very badly from the violent assaults of her husband. In spite of all this, we see Beatrice portraying the husband as a very honest man. She finds herself completely fortunate to be carrying Eugene's last name. But in this novel, it's not just Beatrice who suffers from the husband's hands. But
Ma'am, could you please summarize?
Okay, ma'am. So this novel is basically about domestic violence. But in the end, we see how both the mother and two children emerge as individuals and fight against patriarchy. The silence that hangs over the family as the novel closes is no longer an enforced silence, but a different kind of silence, that one that lets them breathe. So this article, in effect, is a dramatic indictment of the oppressive attitude of men towards women and children who are to be loved and cared for. As we all know, the fight for equality has been going on from a very long time. Although there are a lot of rays of hope now, the end is nowhere in sight. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The next presenter, I invite Ramdas Ahirwar to take over. Ramdas Ahirwar from Chhattisgarh. Sorry, Chatarpur.
I am here.
Yes, sir, you could proceed.
Members of the organizing committee, chairpersons, the distinguished academicians, professors, and the intelligentsia, who are an indivisible part of this conference. A very good afternoon to all of you. This is Ramdas Ahirwar here, and I'm going to present my paper entitled Social and Political Space of the Muslims in the Partition of the Indian Subcontinent 1947. A study of weary generations, written by Abdullah Hussain. So this paper analyzes the novel, The Weary Generations, and aims how much space was given to the members of this particular community, the Muslims, in the ongoing social and political scenario of the subcontinent of the day, which culminated into the partition of the subcontinent. This paper also intends to show different perspectives of the two classes of the Muslim community through the characters like Naeem, Azra, Nahid, and Parvez, who have been presented in this novel. So this novel is written by Abdullah Hussain, one of the famous Urdu writers. So before initiating the storyline of the novel, let me talk about the background of the Indian subcontinent before independence. So the people of the Indian subcontinent have been living in peaceful coexistence, and mainly the people belong to the Hindu religion, and later on Buddhists and Jains also came into being. This was the scene before 7th century. But in 7th century, one new community came into being in this Indian subcontinent, that was the Muslims. And with the passage of time, this new community kept on increasing its number, the population, and by the 1941, as per the figures or the census figures of 1941, the Muslim community contributed 27% in the Indian population. And by 1947, they demand, or with the passage of time, they demanded for the separate homeland or the separate nation of their own. And by 1947, they got it named Pakistan. So this very novel, The Weary Generations, portrays the storyline way back from the World War First, and it ends with 1947 partition. And yes, of course, the aftermath of the partition is also mentioned here. So the storyline starts with a village, fictional village named Roshanpur. And this village is situated on the margins of two provinces, the province of Punjab and the province of Central India, or the United Provinces. So the setting, or the fictional setting, is quite noteworthy, because whereas in the two provinces, the Punjab was having the Muslim community in majority, in the UP, or the United Province, or the Central Provinces, was having this Muslim community in minority. So this was the game of numbers, or the partition was the game of numbers, because they were demanding the separate homeland on the basis of the number. Wherever they are in majority, they were demanding to include those parts in Pakistan, or that would be named as Pakistan, because till 1940, it was not fixed what name will be given to that new land that was being demanded by the second largest community of India. So in this fictional village, Roshanpur, there are two main families, Nawab Roshan Aga, or Aga family, and one Beg family. And on the basis of analysis of these two families, we can say very clearly that the Muslim community was divided into two classes, one upper class and the lower class.
Excuse me, sir, could you please wind up?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Of course.
Okay, sir.
So in this novel, we see 2 or 3 incidents on which basis we can say that the lower class of the Muslim community was not given a proper space. It was guided by the wishes of the upper class, because the character of Naeem, he is the protagonist of the novel, so he is not given the proper space in the political and social scenario of the time, but he was always guided by the wishes of the upper class of the Muslim community. And the main character from the upper class of the Muslim community was Parvez. So those people who belong to the upper class of the society decided to go to Pakistan because they thought it to be their investment. So they went to Pakistan, and the lower class of the society acted as per their wishes, because they were not welcomed in India or by the authorities after partition. And when they went to Pakistan after partition, so we also come to know that in their own homeland that was proposed to be, they were not either welcomed there also. So in this partition, the lower class of the Muslim community was not given the proper space. But as a community whole, yes, of course, they were given a proper social and political space. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. The next presenter is Professor P. Melvina Evelyn Rani from Trichy.
Thank you, MC. So a very good afternoon to the honorable judges, my fellow presenters, colleagues and student friends. My name, Melvina Evelyn Rani, working as an assistant professor, National College Trichy. Today I'm going to talk about hegemony and racial discrimination in Doris Lessing's The Grass is Singing. The very word hegemony refers to domination. It was intensely discussed by the Italian politician and philosopher Antonio Gramsci in his present writings, in which he defined hegemony as a form of control exercised by a dominant class. In The Grass is Singing, hegemony plays a vital part. The dominant class in this novel are the whites, and the subordinate class are the blacks. The whites made the minds of the blacks to be submissive. The Africans were physically strong people, and they also do all the household work because they were trained from their childhood, and this illustration can be found in the novel Roots. Doris Lessing's experience in Rhodesia made her to pen it down. Lessing used flashback technique in the novel about the incidents which reminded of Nancy. Since I don't have enough time, I couldn't elaborate it more. Let me just dive into the dramatic perspectives. Lessing wanted to model the cruel treatment of the whites towards the natives directly with the character Mary. Mary represents the imperialism. The beauty lies in the narratology. Lessing gives a clear picture of the society through the lens of the whites on the blacks. The white Mary never knows how to handle women. Most of all, she never
Thank you.
thought she kept on accusing the house servants and firing them. She even climbs the rack by saying to make it human. The race, gender, nationalism, class, and ethnicity are the subgenres of colonialism. The novel also explores in all these categories and based on hegemony and racial discrimination can be explained. Hegemony came into notion because of the race differences between the blacks and the whites. Blacks were oppressed mainly because of their color. Mary saw them with disgust. When she was running the store, the natives used to sit in front of his Kafir store, which she mostly hates. If she disclaimed native men, she loathed the women. She hated the exposed fleshiness of them and their soft brown bodies and soft bashful faces. From this, we could see that she disliked natives. They never even engaged her in a conversation, but she hated them because of their skin color and the way they dress. She could not bear them to see sitting on the grass, their legs tucked under them in the traditional timeless pose, as peaceful and uncaring as if it did not matter. This is the exact example of racism. That is, soft brown bodies. The natives were sitting quietly and none of them disturbed her, but Mary could not bear the very sight of them. The concept of race made her eyes blind to humanity, and it was so pathetic. Not alone Mary, the Europeans define beauty in terms of color. They prefer fair complexion. This is an overall perception that is, the dark is ugly. Hegemony cursed by the whites on the blacks in Rhodesia through racial discrimination in the novel. The whites practiced hegemony. They colonized in order to educate and civilize the blacks, but on seeing their land and women, they had been carried away by their selfish and egotistical nature. Also, Europeans boast themselves as white men's burden, but all they did was dominating and discriminating the blacks out on the basis of racial illogical discrimination. The whites never showed love towards the natives. They proclaimed themselves as the spreaders of good news, but their actions never revealed them like that. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this good opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. The next presenter is Ms. Kritika Devi from Erode.
The best and most beautiful things in the world can't be seen nor even touched, but just felt in the heart. A very happy afternoon to all present here. I'm Kritika Devi, research scholar from Erode Arts and Science College, and my guide is Dr. Kamalakannan. And I'm going to present a paper on eco-literature in Girish Karnad's Boiled Beans on Toast and the Fire and the Rain. So let me talk about eco-literature. What's eco-literature? Eco-literature is an analysis of how the depiction of nature, human culture, and the political agenda that shape the literary text can be molded to find a relevant solution to the emerging environmental catastrophe. It helps us to understand and to find out the solution to the environmental problems. Thus, the man-nature relationship has become a complex one. It involves the cultural and political paradigms of the present-day human society. The Indian English authors are not only very conscious about the history, myth, and religion, but also about the environment. They used nature as a background in their works very beautifully. The emerging culture of environmental concern that focuses on literature and environment is a developing field of ecological criticism. Thus, Girish Karnad showed great concern towards nature in his plays Boiled Beans on Toast and The Fire and the Rain. So a short intro about Girish Karnad. Girish Raghunath Karnad has been a prolific in various fields. He lived several lives not only on the stage but also as a scholar, theatre personality, an actor, a playwright and a director in a career spanning over 5 decades. As one of the most influential playwrights of our time, his plays have become a byword for imagination, innovation and craftsmanship. So in this paper, we are going to see about the most renowned playwright of the contemporary stage, Girish Karnad's plays Boiled Beans on Toast and The Fire and the Rain. It can be analyzed in eco-critical perspectives. First, let's see about Boiled Beans on Toast. Karnad's play Boiled Beans on Toast is based on Bangalore. Here, the city Bangalore itself is the protagonist and this play can be analyzed in eco-critical perspective. It focuses on several important issues such as urban migration, environmental damage, consumerist attitudes, and apathy towards the poor. The play beautifully portrays the changes in the city due to globalization and its environmental damages. When the character Prabhakar is introduced to Anjana and Dolly, the environmental damage is realized by the readers. Prabhakar said that the road outside their house is like a scene from a war movie. Anjana replied that they are building an underpass there, so they are chopping down the trees. Dolly said that the problem in the city corporation is run by the people born and brought up in the countryside. They have no time for greenery and environment. They simply love cement, concrete, and plastic and glass-fronted buildings. That means modernity to them. This play also shows about Anjana's love for trees is beautifully expressed in her conversation. To Dolly and Prabhakar, she recalls the past. She said that, look Gunnar, that is a rain tree. It has bipinnate leaves like feathers. They open up in the sun so we have shade under it during the day and they fold it in at night so moonlight filters through. Thus, Girish Karnad effectively portrays not only the lives of the people in the city, but also the environmental damages and the pernicious effect of it in boiled beans on toast. In one of his interviews, he said that Karnad said that although the original play addresses Bangalore as a city and Bangaloreans, it can be the story of any other developing city like Pune, Hyderabad, or Chandigarh. Unlike Mumbai, all these cities have evolved over a period of time.
We have just one more time, 1 minute more. So can you please summarize that?
Yes. And in the next play, The Fire and the Rain, the fire acts like the sacrificial fire that lacks the grace of vision or light. Fire burns till the end to convey a lesson that the control of ego is necessary for universal good. The next element, rain, which brings a new hope in life, incarnates the fire and the rain. To sum up, eco-literature, it is a study of literature and the environment from an interdisciplinary point of view. It helps us to read the text through eco-lens. We have seen Girish Karnad as a dramatist and his ability to sketch nature is remarkable in his plays. He has given new directions to the post-independence drama. Thus, we have seen eco-literature in his plays. He is one of the dramatists who makes an attempt to retrieve the treasure of nature, culture, and tradition. He decorates the nature, eco-literature nicely in his plays. Let me conclude with a quote of John Ruskin. Nature is painting for us day after day, pictures of infinite beauty. Let's nurture the nature to conserve our future as my paper is on eco-literature. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So we'll move on to the next presenter. Any questions? Okay. So we'll move on to the next presenter. D. Shirley Abhishek Aishwarya, research scholar, Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences. Are you ready?
Yeah, ma'am, I am.
Okay. Now you may present your paper.
Okay, good afternoon to all. So I am Shirley Abhishek Aishwarya, a research scholar from Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences. So here I am to present a paper on the branch of applied linguistics, which is concerning on the language and the problems that the learners encounter with it and providing solution to them. So my paper...
Excuse me, I think somebody is still sharing the screen. Okay, thank you.
So my title is Effectiveness of Content Language Integrated Learning Among the Learners of Business English. This is a research article and it concentrates on a particular methodology called a CLIL, which was termed by David Marsh in the year 1994. So as we all know, language is important for communication. So nowadays in this 21st century, learners lack much in language proficiency. So what to do with that? Learners are required with high potential, exclusive subject knowledge, language competency, and intercultural communication. These categories are at very much demand. So they all meet the globalized standards. So to provide the learners with all these categories, we concentrate on subject matter and language, making them to achieve knowledge acquisition and making them to perform language in a proficient way. So in this paper, we teach learners subject directly and we withdraw the communication from them. So not only teaching them grammar separately, parts of speech, we teach them content, which is required for them. And this CLIL is found to pave way for the students to improve their content knowledge, language proficiency, cultural adaptability, cognitive development, confidence, socio-cultural behaviors, and psychological barriers. Take, for example, the learners of agriculture at the undergraduate level, they emerge mostly from rural backgrounds and they lack proficiency. And also we find them very strong in their memory capacity or learning the subject or producing them through writing skill, but they lack communicating it. So the learners who lack communication competency at various levels and divisions can be subjected to this type of methodology and they can improve themselves. So on the research, we divided them into two groups, and one group was termed as control group. They followed a traditional method, and the other one is the experimental group, who were the learners of content and language integrated learning. So at the end of the research, we found that the CLIL learners were very interested in learning the subject compared to the traditional learners. And this CLIL initiated the learners to have a strong command over the language with enriched content and deliverance capacity. So this was actually based on Coyle's 4C model framework, which concentrated on content, communication, cognition, and culture. Any language is learnt with the help of culture. So this all 4C models, this all four C's help the learners to develop their content and their language and help them in delivering it with complete ability. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move on to the next presenter. J. Princey, research scholar,
Yes, ma'am.
Madurai Kamaraj. All right.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Thank you.
Shall I proceed?
Yes, please.
Good afternoon, everyone.
I'm Princy. I'm pursuing my PhD in Madurai Kamaraj University. My presentation topic is Nature and Shorty in Perumal Murugan Seasons of the Palm. I seek this opportunity to share a few thoughts about the traces of nature in Perumal Murugan Seasons of the Palm through the character Shorty. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible. Yes, you are audible.
Yes. We all know Perumal Murugan is a contemporary Tamil writer, and his notable works are Madhurabagan and Sadiyum Nanam. One of his famous novel is Seasons of the Palm, and it is translated in Tamil by a feminist historian Geeta. Basically, his works dealt with the marginality and casteism. Even the novel Seasons of the Palm portrays casteism. On the other hand, Perumal Murugan brings the pastoral backdrop in the novel. Yeah, we all know that materialism and urbanization make us feel privileged, but the fact is, urban setup has taken us far away from nature. Readers understand and enjoy the pastoral setup through this novel. Agrarianism is focused in the beginning of the novel, where the harvested lands and the surroundings which thrive with life is a sharp contrast to the urban setup. Yes, shall I proceed, ma'am?
Yeah, you can proceed, Ma. You can proceed.
This novel is about an untouchable boy called Shorty and his friends. They are actually bonded laborers who serve their masters. So Shorty and his comrades enjoy nature, though they are bonded laborers. They are orally, economically, and physically suppressed by the masters. Even though they are suppressed, they enjoy each and everything from nature. They just live with nature. They are just one with nature, because nature binds them together. Actually, they are separated from the family to take care of the pen or the sheep, but nature binds them together. In this novel, the major character Shorty is an admirer of nature. Shorty finds shelter at the bosom of the earth. We can see this throughout this novel. Nature is a storyteller for him. He is uneducated, and he is a bonded labor, and he nature provides him good food to satisfy his hungry tummy, because I already told you that Shorty is a bonded labor. He is not provided enough food for a day. So he is just interdependent with nature. He just gathers the peasant's egg, the kernel of the palm, and the palm fruit, palm roots, and he also gathers the fresh cucumber to satisfy his hungry tummy. So by this we can understand that how Shorty and nature are intimate with each other. He also seeks identity in nature. He considers himself as a minor. Yes.
Sorry, ma'am. Can you please summarize? We are running out of time.
Okay, ma'am. So he also identify himself with every entity of nature. His love for animals is evident in the novel. Shorty's character speaks for nature, and we see the value of nature is maintained in the writings of Perumal Murugan. I conclude my presentation by stating that eco-criticism helps to examine ourselves in connection to the world that is around us. Here it is done through the character Shorty, and this novel could be regarded as the finest example of why writing about nature does not fall under constructedness. It depicts how writing on nature or eco-criticism is different from the theories that are linguistically and socially constructed. So I end up my presentation. Thank you. Any questions? Any questions? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Yes, you're audible.
Yes. Any questions?
I don't think so. We have questions. We can pass on to the next person.
Okay, ma'am. Up next, we have B. Srigeeta, Assistant Professor in English, APA College, Arts and Culture, Palani. Srigeeta?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. It's an audible.
Yes, ma'am. Continue.
My topic. Yes, okay, ma'am. I am Srigeeta from APA College of Arts and Culture, Palani. My topic is good afternoon to all. My topic is post-colonial in Anita Desai's Bye Bye Blackbird. Anita Desai it's a prolific writer. She's a pioneer of Indian post-colonial writing. Post-colonial literature became prominent in the late 20th century. It is a means of analyzing common experience and problems of people from former colonies and the world post-independence. One important aspect of the post-colonial studies is the experience of diaspora, which have been common theme in the English literature. Diaspora is not only a physical mobility of the immigrants from their homeland to the foreign land. It's an Anita Desai's novel, Bye Bye Blackbird, is the study of the human relationship by the cultural encounters. Anita Desai's it's an intimated to the related to her own experience. See, Anita Desai told on interviews, of my novels are most rooted in experiences and the least of the literary derivations. And she's told that Bye Bye Blackbird is my closest of all my books to actually. And practically everything in its drawn directly from my experience of living with the Indian immigrants in London. This novel, it is focuses on the immigrants and it brings out the contrast between their own country of India and their settled country in England. Anita Desai, it describes the physical and the psychological problems of the Indian immigrants and their difficulties in England. It's this novel, it's the portraits to the some of the nature of the immigrant experience. It's the novel, begins with the Dave's arrival in London, and it's on growth upon the Dave and his friend Adit, discovery and the recognition. And the third one is it's an immigration, it's an ends with the Adit and his wife Sarah departure to India. It presents to the protagonist, highlighting the hopes and fears, aspirations and feeling of aspect. It's under social and cultural racial discrimination. It's in creation of the situations of the Indian immigrants in England. It's one of the protagonists. It's the name of the Dev. It's come to London with the intention of studying at the London School of Economics. He perceives the causality of the natives of Indian immigrants. He tells Harry that he cannot think of a living in countries where he was insulted and unwanted. Dave's dilemma was making him forget the original purpose of coming to England. His desperate search for the employment shows him shows his longing for the economic and the social freedom, which he hopes to achieve the relationship of his new identity. I can't go to the college not now. I want freedom, not restrictions. I want enterprise, not discipline. I want money and I want life. I just want a job. That is all really a paid job. I can't still around like this is any longer son. Davis is and one of the protagonists. Davis the torture and the emotionally and the intellectually. It is Dave suffers because he keeps wavering between the choices. England is the golden world. The price is too high for him. The pace. Davis and the new immigrant comes to London to stay with the Clapham House. Davis unhappy with the treatment of the status of the immigrant in England. The people of England are not the friendly to them, and them find themselves completely and they isolated and cut off from the surroundings. They will catch up the social and the cultural differences. He becomes to the target of the racial insult and the prejudice. He is pained at being called the immigrant and the offended at the sight of the three kinds of rooms: ladies, gents, and the aesthetics. He gets angry at the racial discriminations. And then next, another one of the culture of the places, he watches the blonde girls in short, t-shirt, stamp, and the twist. I can't help serving. My religious forbids me to drink or smoke or touch a man. But there is in a country, what can I do? I also do the things I see others men doing. They have the critical of immigrants. They have to fear now and then, and the much insulting of words vogue. Life is India altogether. It's in the different ways. They says that if he were in India, he would have been known all neighbors. The Londoners are reserved by nature, and they are Indians, open, frank, and the sociable. He would know the Indians fully, well, their taste in their music
Sorry for
from
interruption.
sound
You
and
have
the
1
radios.
more minute. Can you summarize?
Yes, okay. It's
Okay.
an conclusion, my part. It's an select Anita Desai. It's an the authentic and the significant portrait of the diploma in immigrants, black belts in England, and immigrants finds himself between the two worlds and the consequences between the marginal plan pulled by the pressures of the two antagonistic worlds. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Megha Kartika, you can present your paper. Just take 5 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Megha Kartika T, second MA English Literature, and my co-author, Dr. Narasimharam Jayashree, Assistant Professor of English, PSGR Krishnamal College for Women. Our topic is Archetype of Monomyth in Shivaji Sawant's Mrityunjaya the Death Conqueror. Mrityunjaya the Death Conqueror is a novel written by Shivaji Sawant, which retells the story of Karna in the epic Mahabharata. The objective of this paper is to bring out the instances of the plot in the novel in accordance with the myth themes of the monomyth theory and to unravel the motive behind the similarities that exist in various expressions, including literature and art. Archetypes, according to Jung, are universal psychic tendencies or primordial images of collective unconscious. Individual or cultural form such as dream, art, or literary expression became universally familiar motifs like the trickster, the flood, the hero and his monomyth, and so many more, which strikes a familiar chord in people, though it has worn different cultural masks. There are three essential elements in the hero's journey: the departure from the home, the adventure in the unknown world, return with new understanding. Moses, Jesus, Muhammad, Theseus, King Arthur, and so on are heroes to their culture. Joseph Campbell demonstrated the heroes and their myths comparatively, and he discovered universality in it. So, monomyth in the novel Mrityunjaya. The call to adventure. The hero receives some information which is a call to head off to the unknown. Karna lives with his adoptive parent in the small village called Champanagiri. His father asks him to learn archery from Guru Drona. Refusal of the call, the second stage of the theory monomyth. He was ill-treated by Guru Drona that made him to lose interest in learning itself. Supernatural aid. Ashwathaman guides Karna throughout the novel through his wisdom-filled words. The fourth stage is the crossing of the first threshold. Karna decides to bring a cheetah for the yajna because it would be a challenging and would prove his valor to his teacher and other students. The Road of Trials, the sixth stage of the monomyth, Karna participated in the competition that would decide the hero of Hastinapura. There were various trials that he has to undergo to establish himself as a great warrior. The trials include sword fight, spear fight, wrestling, and archery. Meeting with the goddess is the seventh stage, where Karna gets married to Vrishali. Women as temptress. So here, Draupadi forbade Karna from participating in the Swayamvara, which rises to conflict, and Karna, where he loses his son Sudamna. Atonement with the father. Here, Karna meets Lord Krishna, where he realizes that he is the ultimate power, and he came to understand about himself, his power and potential. Apotheosis. The meeting of Karna and Krishna is the most important one because it gave Karna a great confidence to lead his life and to begin the mission of conquering the world in the near future. Ultimate boon. He completed the mission of world conquering and emerged as a successful person, almost subdued all the kingdoms of the northern part of India. Refusal of the return. Karna, who has attained the state of glory, does not want to step down from it. He decides to give his flesh, earrings, and armor to Indra. The 14th stage of the monomyth is rescue from without. Karna successfully learns the knowledge of Brahma missile from Parashurama, the powerful guide. The crossing of the return threshold. Karna returns to Hastinapura with the knowledge of Brahma missile. The master of the two worlds, the 16th stage. Karna came to know that he is the son of Kundi and hence he is the elder brother of Pandavas. He became a person devoid of hatred, love, passion, or any other emotion and attachment to desires in life. And he attains the stage of anonymity. The 17th and the final stage of the monomyth is the freedom to live. Comes to a state where he neither anticipates the future nor regrets the past. Karna attains this state by apologizing to Draupadi for humiliating her in the Kaurava royal assembly. So thus I conclude by saying that the hero is the one who represents all, he a figure who does not belong to a family but to the entire human race, and his ultimate purpose to serve the society. The hero is an embodiment. When these heroes and their myths are assessed comparatively, one can find a universal hero myth that speaks to the entire humanity and addresses their common need to move forward as individuals. The hero may be from any tradition, culture, or country. He ultimately belongs to the entire humanity. Thus, the codification of this novel unfolds the different stages of monomyth, which Karna, as the protagonist, has experienced. Thank you so much for this wonderful
You have
opportunity,
one more
ma'am.
minute. Oh, very good. Very good. Very good. Thank you. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much for this opportunity, ma'am.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you. So the next chairperson will be, yes, Pungudi. So
Thank you.
I'll
Thank
call
you very much.
Yes, yes. So the next presenter will be Sangeeta Jose. Sangeeta Jose, PhD scholar, lovely professional, university. Sangeeta Jose, are you ready? Okay, I think. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll move on to the next presenter, Professor R. Divya. Ready, ma'am?
A very pleasant afternoon to one and all. A very pleasant afternoon to one and all. My topic for today's presentation is science fiction, a gendered genre. The genre of science fiction gives an insight into the world filled with science and technology, either in reality or in imagination. The scientific principles that are used in this fiction may be in practice or may not be in practice too, but will exist in theories. When the definitions of science fiction given by John W. Campbell and Asimov are considered, the following characteristics might be observed. One is science fiction is prophetic, it is descriptive of the social impacts of science, and it is set in a novel and imaginative situation. On the whole, science fiction is largely classified into two types, soft science fiction and hard science fiction. Soft science fiction can be considered as one that does not have any accurate scientific principles and it may exist only in theory, whereas hard science fiction focuses on accurate scientific principles that are in practice too. When the list of science fiction writers are considered, these are the peoples, that is, who are given in the list, these are the peoples who occupy the topmost position in the genre. Wells, Verne, Campbell, Asimov, and Clarke, they hold a very important position when the genre of science fiction is considered. And we are able to hardly find any women writers in this genre. Right from the early times, there exists gender bias in the society where women were considered as only reproductive machines and were considered not fit for education, especially science, which was considered as a field of higher order. This gender bias is explained in Virginia Woolf's A Room of One's Own, George Eliot's The Mill on the Floors, and Simone de Beauvoir's The Second Sex. These writers very well explain how women were not given the desired opportunity and they were only made to take care of the household and only the children. But in spite of this gender bias, these are the women writers who managed to establish themselves in science fiction. The gender bias was not only in the society, but also in literature and especially in science fiction, because women were not considered as one that can learn science and put it in practice. When science fiction is considered, one can never omit Mary Shelley because she created a separate twist and turn in science fiction when her Frankenstein was published. The other writers, Sheldon, Gwynne, Butler, and McCaffrey, these writers also have placed themselves in science fiction very well, but it is still a doubt whether they are recognized by the society and also by the rest of the male writers of this genre. I would like to end this presentation by raising this question. Is the genre of science fiction a male universe? Does it include women in it, or does it neglect women wantonly? With further research, I think we can come to a conclusion about whether it is a male universe or it includes women in it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So our next presenter is Sri Lakshmi. Sri Lakshmi.
Kindly inform about the next participant also, so that
Okay. So the next part, I think. Yes, Deepa, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you may present now.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm S. Deepa, PhD scholar from Sri VASAVI College, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. And let me just present my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. So this is my topic all about radical feminism and blazing tradition in the selected poems from East and West. So, and here, so just look at the statement given by Professor Subhash Chandra on Chukta's rock. So the statement, it says, the women's way to man's heart is not only through their stomachs, but through their bodies. So this two lines, it just gives an exact definition on both feminism as well as radical feminism. So what is feminism? It just goes on with equality, liberty of women's right, other than that of the domestic shell. And radical feminism, it just goes with or goes against the gender discrimination by narrowing down, especially to the physical violence. And nowadays, so physical violence, sexual harassment is increasing. So it is not only against women, but also against the girl children in the society. So, and this made me to think about this radical perspectives, and it just gave me a lot of questions inside my mind, especially this three questions. So is women a mere drug of sedation? And is she an object of pleasure and a mere body of flesh? And this gets us to the next topic called the physical representation of women. And it just goes with or goes relevance with the topic called phonography. And phonography, any graphical or verbal representation of a woman that may arouse sexual instincts. So when I just listen to these words, graphical or verbal representation of women, and it just automatically strikes the blazon tradition of poetry. So in blazon tradition, so it is the tradition of poem where we find poets appreciating the heroines, the beloveds. So they just give importance for each and every organs of the body, and they just praise. So is such blazon tradition of poetry a phonographic in nature? And that is the question to be analyzed. And so these are the blazon archetypes we can find in all sorts of blazon poems. So the eyes will be compared to sun and moon, and their cheeks will be compared to roses and lilies, and their lips and teeth will be compared to cherries and pearls. So these are the certain fixed archetypes we can find in blazon poetry. So when we just see these images, do we get diverted to any lustful things? So that makes the analyzation. So I need the supportive arguments from the poets Ilangovadigal, Kambar, and Subramanya Bharati, and Vairamuthu from East. And from West, I have chosen a few sonneteers, Sir Philip Sidney, Edmund Spenser, and Shakespeare, and Thomas Campbell. So here, this is a very well-known familiar poem, the Astrophel and Stella by Sidney. So just please look at the lines. I'll just focus only on the arguments. So Sidney, he has surprised the beloved's beauty. So eyes, lips, everything he has given. But just look at the last line. He has made a very firm statement that, so it is not the beauty, but the chastity, the virtue of the beloved makes him admire. And next comes Spenser's epithalamium, a wedding hymn. And even there, Spenser appreciates the physical appearance of the lady. But at last, he even confesses that his beloved decorates the power or decorates the chair of chastity and virtue. And next comes Shakespeare. While the other two, Sidney and Spenser, they just appreciated, they just compared everything with their beloved's beauty. Shakespeare says, my beloved is not such beautiful. Even then, she remains the rarest gift, rarest treasure I can ever possess. So here Shakespeare takes a new turn. He does not compare. So his beloved to eyes, moon, earth, everything. So even then, he finds his beloved should be less beautiful comparing to all other. He does not want to give false comparisons and everything. And next comes Thomas Campion, contemporary of Shakespeare. Again, he compares everything. So his beloved's face is a garden, and where he can find tastier fruits, so everything, but he insists on the determination of his lady love. So the cherry lips cannot be tasted unless otherwise the lady love grants the permission. So lady love remains unconquered. No one can conquer her heart. So here the physical determination and the mental stamina of a woman gets portrayed. And similar to all this, we can just move on to poems from the East. So from Silappadigaram, where Kovalan describes Kannagi's beauty, and he too says, the beloved's eyebrows are just like a crescent moon on the heads of Lord Shiva. And he builds number of comparison, and at last he says, she is equal to that of gold, and there is no rival for her. And he speaks about her nobility. So she belongs to noble descendants. And at last comes Sita, Kamba Ramayanam, so presented by Kambar, where these lines are spoken by Ravana on seeing Sita's beauty. So he feels that there is no one equal to her beauty in the seven world. But on everybody knows. So Sita is an epitome of virtue. And then comes Subramanya Bharati. So we have got a lot of controversies over lustful predictions, but this poem by Subramanya Bharati, the revolutionary poet, where he considers his beloved to be the child, all the lustful controversies gets diminished. So the man is considering his beloved to be a child, and there is no place for any lustful emotions in that. And he even appreciates his beloved's beauty. And let me just draw a comparison on an argument from the contemporary, that is.
I'm sorry, we are running out of time. Can you please quickly summarize?
Yes, ma'am. So we can find the constant rivalry between beauty and virtue. So with the triumphant on virtue's part, always virtue triumphs. So the blazonic poetry is not phonographic in nature. So it is the admiration of beauty with some sort of divine inspiration. And when we just speak of gender safety is possible in the society when there is the change in attitude. So women should not be seen only on the perspectives of beauty, but her emotions and her feelings should be respected. In such cases, gender safety is possible. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you. So our next presenter is Srividya S, Assistant Professor of English.
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank
Good
you.
evening, everyone. My topic of presentation today is Identity Crisis of Marginalized People, a reference to Bama's curriculum. I've chosen this topic based on the theme that was given for this international conference on marginality. There is a community itself that is being marginalized according to Bama's curriculum. She's vouched for those people several times. She's tried to fight for them right from her, childhood age itself. She's been listening to stories from her grandparents and from her mother also about the oppression by the Britishers pre and post independence. I think India is still fighting out this great problem. This is actually an autobiography that I have chosen. To begin with, I would say it is an autobiography is a willing confession of a writer's life's events. This is usually taken from memoirs or documents or sometimes even from recordings. Bama's Karika is actually a very good example of the voiceless community that is mentioned here. She's trying to mention about, I would say, she is loudly mentioning the Dalit community throughout her Karika. Personal experiences along with those of that of the villagers are being recorded here. She talks about her personal experiences, and when she begins to talk about her personal experience,
I think
You're not audible,
Professor,
ma'am.
you have to unmute. I think you have to unmute yourself.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, yes, you are now. You are now.
Can you hear?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Should I begin, ma'am,
okay,
or
sir.
should I continue?
Just continue. We are
So,
actually running
shall
out
I
of time.
start
Yeah,
with
okay.
question, sir?
Okay. There is a transition from the I factor when she
Okay,
carries.
so let me tell you something before you all start.
There is a transition from I to we in the course of the events that are narrated. She's voicing for the silenced and those who don't know how to voice for their rights. Kark is actually very loud in its attempt to showcase the oppression of the community that is considered to always remain downtrodden and oppressed. They were never identified as human beings itself. Rather than being called as just people or anybody, they're not even like objects. They are not even called by names. For example, I would say she herself has testimonied, saying she was not understood or being called as a woman, Bama as a woman, but Bama a Dalit. That is how she's been identified. It is a taboo for an upper caste person to touch the lower caste person. They are treated as untouchables and are not allowed to even touch the food or any other object that belongs to an upper caste or another upper community. It's considered to be polluted if they touch it. There is a narrative tension in the author's voice or in the words when she writes all these experiences. There is a desire of burning rage that is, blazing inside her heart against the oppressors who shaped such an identity for the Dalit community. Caste is also playing a huge role because she mentions about the wealthy Charlier community there. She says they are able to give a high treat and a very classy treat for the police people, and therefore they don't ill-treat the Charliers, wherein they ill-treat the poor people or the downtrodden or maybe the Dalit themselves. So they have no choice of earning money because they are put into a separate street itself, and they cannot even imagine of going out of the street because it is termed as the Dalit street itself. And she also points out that when they get converted into another religion, the convents that they were put into, they also did not treat them properly. When a Dalit becomes a priest or a nun, they are pushed aside, and only the upper caste priests and nuns were also allowed to enjoy the benefits of the church. She has undergone the same thing personally. So she says all this has been going, and God doesn't distinguish us at all. But how is it that a human brain?
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm able to hear you. Hello?
Okay, while presenting the paper, just follow the instructions which I'm giving you now. Just do only 5 things. Yes, just do only 5 things. Just tell me your topic, tell me the aim of your paper, and then your subject or content, and then your focus, and then conclusion. Just wind up with these 5 things in order to proceed a smooth paper presenting session.
Okay.
Because we have 10 more presenters to present
Okay.
the paper.
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. I've come to the conclusion, ma'am. The focus is on the marginalized community and how people have come to express. And because she has vouched to keep writing continuously until this separation ends. She does not want the community to be oppressed anymore. That is why. So I'm trying to focus only on the marginality and the psychological problems that they have been undergoing. So I'll come to the conclusion itself. Her testimonial is so direct and self-narrative rather than calling it an attempt to find a place in literature or maybe in a library or anyone's house itself. She does not, her aim is not to just find a place in anybody's library or a closet, but she just wants to make the world itself realize that there is such oppression that's running around in the world. Towards the end, I would like to end with a quote. We who are asleep must open our eyes and look about us. We must not accept the injustice of our enslavement by telling ourselves it is our fate, as if we have no true feelings. We must dare to stand up for change. This is what she aspires. She always has wanted to stand up for change, and she always wants to fight for for the upliftment of the downtrodden in the society. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sridivya. So let me now invite Vimal Raj and Deva from National College.
Good evening to all. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Good evening to all. First of all, I want to thank everyone for giving us the opportunity to present the paper on this international online conference. Myself and Deva are going to present a paper on applied linguistics in language classroom. The aim of applied linguistics is to promote a principled approach to language education and other language-related concerns by encouraging inquiry into relationship between theoretical and practical studies. Applied linguistics is an interdisciplinary field of linguistics that identifies, investigates, offers solutions to language related to real-life problems. Some of the academic fields related to applied linguistics are education, psychology, computer science, communication research, anthropology, and sociology. Major branches of applied linguistics are bilingualism, multilingualism, conversation analysis, contractive linguistics, sign linguistics, language assessment, discourse analysis, language pedagogy, secondary language acquisition, lexicography, interlinguistics, stylistics, pragmatics, forensic linguistics, and translation. So Deva will continue with the next slide.
Good evening to everyone. I'm going to speak about what is stylistic. Stylistic analysis refers to the identification of pattern of usage in speech and writing. Stylistic analysis in literary studies is usually made for the purpose of commenting on equality and meaning in the text. In other words, it is the study of style used to literary and verbal and language. The effect of writers or speaker wish to communicate to the reader or the hearer. It attempts to establish principle capable of explaining the particular choice made by individual and the social group in the use of language, such as socialization, the producer or reception of meaning, literary criticism, or critically discourse analysis. The literary genre can be seen as a set of style characteristics that is commonly organized and agreed upon. For example, prose and poetry. The latter often involves rhythm, rhyme, while the former does not. The other aspects include in this dialogue the description of sense, the use of active, passive voice, and the description of strength, sentence length, etc. Stylistic analysis is a normal part of literary studies. It is practiced as a part of understanding the possible meaning in the text. It is also generally assumed that the process of analysis will reveal the good quality of the writing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Deva and Vimal Raj. Now I like to invite Niveta, postgraduate, Annamalai University.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. The topic I've chosen is feminism in literary view, sociological perspectives of feminism concerning family, religion, education, and inequality. So it is certain that we have learnt about feminism throughout the specification where it is being applied to certain areas of study such as crime, education, family, and beliefs. But it is worth reminding ourselves of some of the key ideas behind feminism before looking at the approach in more depth. Feminism is a conflict theory that suggests the power in society which is divided on the basis of gender. They suggest that patriarchal oppression of women exists in all sections of society, in employment, at home, education, and media. They also suggest that the study of sociology has enlarged being male stream. In other words, male theorists focus on the issues that are of concerns to males. And certainly, every feminist focus on the study of female issues and the representations of women in society. However, Feminism has evolved over time to deal with contemporary issues surrounding gender differences and has a particular focus in contemporary society on the intersectionality of women's experiences, examining differences based on social class, ethnicity, sexuality, disability, age, religion, and geographical location, which gives feminism a broad appeal into looking at gender differences in the 21st century. This has had numerous impacts on gender equality in society, addressing education, family life, work, and social stratification. While liberal feminism has notably success critics, which suggest that inequality remains, but for liberal feminism, there is a march of progress towards equality, and this continues with liberal feminists tackling newer forms of exploitation, such as media representations of women being challenged. So, as a conclusion, feminism primarily aims to tackle inequality, but global inequalities between women remain unchanged. The intersectional nature of women's experience, which are not always addressed, with the critics stating that the needs of Western middle class women are given precedence in the media over those in the developing world. The progress of women in the developing world remains precarious, and patriarchal oppression, lack of control over reproductive rights, or display sexual references commonplace. A future criticism is that feminism can be seen as a quite fragmented approach. Thus, feminism as an approach has consistently evolved to tackle the issues that women face in contemporary society. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Niveta. Let me call our Kavita, PhD Scholar of English, National College, Trichy. Kavita? Fine. We will move on to Professor T. Aravindan, National College, Trichy.
Yes, good evening, ma'am. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, you're audible.
Are you able to see my slide?
No, sir.
Yeah. Please wait, I will start. Ma'am, just a moment. Please wait 1 minute. Yeah. Hello, Param. Ma'am, are you able to see my slide?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is T. Aravindan. I'm from the Department of English, National College from Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, which is in India. I'm here to discuss about William Gibson's neuromancer on the topic Qualman angst, which is directly about anxiety, right? Say, anxiety is now becomes a part of our society, part and parcel of our society, because of the influence of mass media, because of the influence of technology and many other things, right? Then, before I begin my presentation, I would like to give a short introduction about American literature. This American literature was molded by transcendentalism, which began around the middle of the 19th century. Then again, it was developed into postmodern literature, which began after World War II. Then it developed into science fiction, and from science fiction to cyber fiction, and into many others. Many others means it means post-humanism, post-truth, cyber, and many other things. This particular novel, Neuromancer, written by William Gibson, which was published in the year 1982, it comes under the genre of cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is actually a combination of high culture and low culture that will be influenced by technology, probably technology-oriented themes, and that also explores on the evolution of mankind and their culture. That is transition of culture from one phase to the other phase, which is directly influenced by technology. The term cyberpunk was coined by Bruce Bedrick in the year 1982. The key people of cyberpunk fiction are William Gibson and Bruce Sterling. Both actually derived the word from cybernetics. The themes related to cyberpunk fiction are identity crisis, cultural crisis, gender issues. Gender issues means directly it is about feminism, post-feminism, post-modern feminism. Then technology, which is about advantage and disadvantage. I mean the direct influence of technology, which has adverse impact as well as the positive impact. Then it also rivals on cyberspace, artificial intelligence, transition of society, influence of technology, and many other things. The term was actually coined by the man. Then the father of cyberpunk is considered to be William Gibson. Right. He is an American Canadian writer. His work cybernetics, computer networks, technology. At the end of that is in the beginning of the 21st century, many things were changed because of the technology. For example, if you have seen Wachowski's the movie Matrix film series, you would grasp the picture about cyberspace. He is considered regarded as the father of cyberpunk, right? And he coined the term cyberspace in his short story Burning Chrome. Some of his masterpieces are Neuromancer, which was published in the year 1982, Count Zero, 1986, Mona Lisa Overdrive, 1988. Then the 21st century novels, Zero History into the year 2010, and The Peripal, which was published in 2014. Then, regarding this novel, it was published in 1984, there it explores about drug culture, artificial intelligence, identity crisis, technology, and modernization. Of course, Neuromancer comes under the broad genre, which is postmodern literature. But if you deconstruct it, but if you revalue or if you critically evaluate about this particular novel, where you can explore different themes, especially with regard to drug culture and artificial intelligence. It is because this artificial intelligence, which is manipulating our society directly and indirectly, and which we can see it in our personal life. The theme, that is the topic which I have chosen about this particular novel is Qualman Angst in William Gibson's Neuromancer, which means the terms Qualman Angst means that is anxiety, right? Here in this particular novel, we are able to witness data theft, hacking into the cyberspace, adversity of technology, and drug culture. These factors impacts our society very directly. In fact, we are always suffering from a paranoia, which means a fear which without any logical reasons, a fear which will be manipulated by this particular artificial intelligence. Data theft, to be very specific, it is all about our personal information, which is available in Facebook, social media, banking, and many other things, where the hackers, right, they can easily hack. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry to interrupt, sir. Can you please summarize? We are running out of time.
Yes, ma'am. 3 minutes, ma'am. Yes. And adversity of the technology, right? That is demerits of the technology, right? Then drug culture, which is there, it influences it stimulates the anxiety. Then, though technology makes our life comfortable, there are many disadvantages. The one of the factor is paranoia. It is also happen to be the one of the postmodern literature elements. This mass data manipulation and its usage lead to anxiety. Right? It is all because of the abundance of personal data available in virtual reality. Because of this virtual reality, we are suffering from a disease called as hyper reality, which means inability to difference between the real world and the unreal world, that is from the virtual world, right? These things are manipulating us. These things are making an
and anxiety, and this ultimately leads to a social unrest, social disorder in a society. Then surveillance, that is, we always have a subconscious mind. We always have this conscience, which is which is being very careful, and which always has an close eye and an eagle's eye, both on our personal data as well as on our social data. The conclusion is that technology can have both advantage and disadvantage, but the problem is we suffer from this particular thing, which is skepticism. Though the technology has both merits and demerits, it is all about a user's risk. That is, a technology may be user-friendly, green, that is eco-friendly, and many other things. But the problem is one has to know what is right and what is done. Indeed, one should know everything. I mean, 100% about technology. It is because though WhatsApp, Facebook, and other social media has created a revolution, many old people are yet to understand it. Still, they are ignorant and unable to update the technology. For example, using technology in education. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Up next, I would like to call Manoj Kumar and M. Vigneshwaran, National College, Trichy.
Good evening to one and all gathered here. I am K. Manoj Kumar, second time English, National College. I am going to present the paper on applied linguistics in teaching and language learning. Applied linguistics is an interdisciplinary field of linguistics that identifies, investigates, and offers a solution to language-related real-life problems. Some of the academic fields related to applied linguistics are education, psychology, computer science, communication research, anthropology, and sociology. The criterion in studying poetry. What is our criterion for distinguishing literal and figurative in such common expressions? We must formulate it professionally in this question. The figurative expression is one which, when its component words are employed in the usual or customary way, turns out to be either a patently false or a nonsensical statement. The use of figures will help to clarify and specify the subject matter. Moreover, figurative expressions have paraphrases and translations which they can literally make sense. We must be careful, though, for the meaning of a figure will not be exactly same as the figure. The translation of figure will differ from the original tone, line of suggestion, and information conveyed by the speaker. So the conclusion that poetic language is merely fancy and figurative on the one hand, are ambiguous, and mystical on the other, fails to understand the nature of poetic language. Language disorders. Language disorders or language impairments are disorders that involve the processing of linguistic information. Problems that may be experienced can involve grammar, semantics, or other aspects of language. These problems may be deceptive, expressive, or a combination of both. Examples include specific language impairment and aphasia, among others. Language disorders can affect both spoken and written language and can also affect sign language. Typically, all forms of language will be impaired. Linguistic changes in aphasia. The aphasia of fracas type characteristically produces little speech which is emitted slowly, with great effort and with poor articulation. Characteristically, the small grammatical words are ending or omitted. This failure persists despite urging by the examiner, and even when the person attempts to repeat the correct sentence as produced by the examiner. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Erin Christina, MA English, Holy Cross College.
Yes. Good evening, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Good evening, everyone. I am Irene Christina from First MA English, Holy Cross College, Trichy. I've chosen the topic Identity and Cultural Legacy in Sea of Poppies by Amitav Ghosh. Sea of Poppies is the first volume in Ibis trilogy. The characters are compared to poppy seeds who are uncertain about the future. It is a historical novel which picturizes the 19th century India, where people are bounded by certain superstitious beliefs and unwanted customs and traditions. This novel also deals with opium trade between China and India. Amitav Ghosh have been immensely influenced by the political and social conditions of the country. His father worked in British colonial army in India, and his stories of war and fellow Indians who fought loyally beside the British has influenced him. The image of the changing India, politically and socially, cast a deep shadow on the writer's mind. Identity and cultural legacy is one of the basic themes in post-colonial literature. Post-colonialism is the economic study of cultural legacy of colonialism and imperialism. Identity is recognizing the character traits, and cultural legacy is the inheritance of cultural traits which will lead to either success or failure. The protagonist of this novel is Diti, who was well known as Kabutri ki Ma, had changed her identity to Aditi after marrying an untouchable man, Kala. Untouchability is one of the most cruel customs that prevail in Indian society. The next most cruel system is Sati. In this novel, Diti attempts Sati in order to avoid the marriage with her brother-in-law Chandan Singh, but eventually she was rescued by Kala from the funeral pyre. There was also an influence of French culture we can see from the life of Paulette Lambert, who was an orphan. She is taken care by Burnham, who is an unscrupulous trader and evangelist who bought ibis for the purpose of trade. Burnham tries to bring up Paulette according to English culture. Paul disguises as an Indian woman in order to board the ibis. So here the writer Ghosh brings the change of identity in the life of Paulette and also in the life of Diti. The next is the Bengal Jamindari Neil Ratan Halder, who owns Rakshali estate, has been falsely accused of forgery and he was sent to Alipur jail. Later he was boarded ibis to reach Mauritius in order to spend 7 years with the marginalized people. Here the upper class people were marginalized by traveling in the ibis to the Mauritius. So Ghosh has brought out character in different identity and first and later they have been transformed into some other identity due to the unavoidable circumstances. The mixture of cultures have been included in this anonymous work, American, which we can see from the life of Zachary Wright, and the next is Indian culture, French and Britain. Even though the people are marginalized, they never gave up their culture and tradition. This is we can see from the wedding of hero on the ibis. The protagonist Diti says that the sacramental fire matters more to conduct a perfect wedding on the ship. I finally conclude by saying that ibis, the ship, plays a major element which brings people from all walks of life into a single place and proves to be a symbolism of different cultures and identity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up in the line, we have B. Sridevi, PhD Research Scholar, Pachayappa's College, Chennai.
Ma'am, good evening, ma'am. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yeah, you're audible.
I would like to share my screen, ma'am.
Okay, no problem. But like, finish it within 5 minutes. We are running out of time.
Yeah, ma'am, sure, ma'am. A very warm good evening to everyone. This is Sridevi, PhD Research Scholar of Pachayappa's College, Chennai, and I'm here to present my research paper entitled Exploration of Genealogy in Betty Louise Bell's novel Faces in the Moon. Literature is far and wide. So are the Native American writings, which are prominently known for oral tradition, tribal culture, ancestral heritage, and mythological belief. One of the prominent Native American novelists is Betty Louise Bell. She is the author of many books and she has also served as an editor for many works. In all her works, she highlights the Cherokee tribe and the importance of families and the relationships. The research paper deals mainly about genealogy explored in the novel Faces in the Moon. What is genealogy? Genealogy is a study of families and ancestors. It mainly talks about the connection between forefathers and the younger generations. Genealogy examines the root of an individual, that is, where does he exactly belong to? Gene, as the name itself suggests, gene is the DNA that carries the cultural, traditional belief and practices of the previous generation to the younger generation. Not only the physical features of the ancestors are seen in the younger generation, but their expectations and desires are traveled through the genes till they reach the younger minds. Thomas Carlyle's words of history is the essence of innumerable biographies is witnessed from the novel Faces in the Moon. The novel Faces in the Moon is Betty Louise Bell's first autobiographical work that was published in the year 1994. The novel is about Lucy, the protagonist, who faces numerous problems right from her childhood but later fights hard to establish her tribal identity and ancestral heritage. Cherokee tribe and their beliefs are also elucidated in the novel. So let us see how genealogy is studied and explored through the characters of the novel. Exploration of genealogy first through the character of Robert Henry Evers. He is the great grandfather of the protagonist Lucy. His aspirations were to own a piece of land in his own native town and to do agriculture and also to provide education for his daughter. But he fails to achieve his ambitions. Due to his poverty, he is in a situation to sell his own land to the whites. He is also paid less by the whites. His daughter Helen's love marriage with a white also devastates him. So his wish to remain in the land is fulfilled by Helen and Lucy, who are his successors. His desire to educate his successor is seen in Lucy Evers, where Lucy studies and turns out to be the representative of the family. Next, moving on to Helen. Helen is the grandmother of Lucy Evers. Her desires were to have a peaceful life with her family, to raise her daughters by teaching them all the moral values and virtues. She also urged to get a respectable name and fame from the community. Helen fails due to her broken marriage, where her husband abandons her. She is left with nothing, only debts. She doesn't even possess the basic necessities like food and shelter. There is a situation where she and her daughters live and sleep in a car. She is avoided by the society. Poverty and discrimination leads her daughters to lead a moral life. Her deep rooted desire of leading a moralistic life is seen in her successor, Lucy Evers. Lucy Evers, who is the protagonist of the novel, has had many tough paths to be crossed in her life. Lucy hopes that to have love and affection from her mother, protection from her father, and to attain recognition in the society. But she is put down by her irresponsible mother, who doesn't even care for her and leaves Lucy in her aunt's home. Lucy is also physically harassed and she is denied of education and equality. She, like her ancestors, she, like her ancestors, are put down and stamped upon by the society. Yet Lucy regains strength to survive in the motherland and also to acquire education. In this way, Lucy turns out to be the representative of the Cherokee tribe. Thus, I would like to conclude by saying the words of Orson Scott Card: every person is defined by the communities she belongs to. Genealogy is the mode of transmitting values. Ma'am, can I continue? Hello, ma'am. Genealogy is the mode of transmitting values, virtues, and skills from the previous generation to the current generation. Spiritual connection is achieved here. Through this, the younger minds are revived, replenished, and regenerated with ancestral values. The ancestors' dream vision is accomplished through the successors. The search of the lost identity is regained through the younger generation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, I would like to call Debo Gracia, first MA English, Holy Cross College, Trichy. Debo Gracia.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, participants, please listen. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, just tell me the title of your paper, aim of the paper, and your subject or and then theme, focus, and then conclusion. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Can you hear me? Okay, just confine with these 5 things. Don't drag it on. Don't tell the summary of your paper. Just tell the main points. Okay.
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 Good evening, everyone. The title of my presentation is Portrayal of Mariam as an Epitome of Silent Suffering and Success in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Suns. He is an Afghan-born American novelist known for his vivid depictions of Afghanistan. As oppression and patriarchy has its hand in several aspects of human nature, this presentation explores the concept of resistance to victimization in Khalid Hosseini's A Thousand Splendid Suns. Mariam is only 15 years old when she is sent to Kabul to marry the troubled and bitter Rashid, who is 30 years her senior. Nearly 2 decades later, in a time of growing unrest, tragedy strikes 15-year-old Laila, who must leave her home and marry Rashid. Laila and Mariam are to find consolation in each other, their friendship between sisters, and as strong as the ties between a mother and her daughter. So in the end, it is love that triumphs over death and destruction. Mariam was a golden lotus amidst the muddy water. Mariam was called as Harami, which means an unwanted thing. Mariam lived in a kolba with her Nana, and her father Jalil lived with his 3 wives and 9 children in a big mansion. Jalal's legitimate children studied in the city's most renowned school, but Mariam was denied to go to school as she wished. Though Mariam was called as a Harami, Jalil never called her the name, but he termed her as his little flower. Though Mariam was denied a proper education, the village Quran tutor, Mullah Faizullah, teaches Mariam to recite the Quran and memorize the daily prayers. And though he cannot fully comfort her following her mother's suicide, and though Mariam never saw him again, after she leaves for Kabul, for the rest of the novel, his teachings serve as a guide for her. She often calls upon what he has taught her as a medicine which aids her to endure suffering. And after her forced marriage to Rashid, Mariam learned to accept the reality and adapted to the new life in a new place. And she did not decide to end her life as Nana, but endured the sufferings and went through every trials. So Mariam did everything that pleased Rashid, and even though he hurted her every time, and Rashid instructs Mariam on what he believes an ideal wife should be: subservient, obedient, and fertile. And during the 4 years of her marriage with Rashid, Mariam suffered 6 miscarriages. And when Mariam proves to be unable to have children, Rashid loses patience with her and abuses her both physically and verbally. Almost every day, Mariam was beaten black and blue with a belt, and the buckle would add more bruises to her skin. Every pain strengthened her more and more and hardened her day by day. Laila is a second female protagonist who lived in Mariam's neighborhood. So at the age of 15, she falls in love with her best friend since childhood, Tariq. So with the passing of time comes the Taliban rule over Afghanistan. The streets of Kabul was filled with the sound of gunfire and bombs. Life becomes a desperate struggle against starvation, brutality, and fear. The women's endurance was tested beyond their worst imaginings, and war forced Tariq and his parents to flee to Pakistan. But destiny leaves Laila under the care of Mariam and Rashid. Laila's idealism and independence are challenged here, and when she was forced by her circumstances to marry Rashid in order to give her unborn child by Tariq a father. So at one point, after a long and silent suffering, Mariam and Laila planned to escape, but they were caught by the soldiers. And then they both were returned to Rashid. Then the brutality Laila and Mariam experienced when they were returned to Rashid is indicative of the violent and sexist culture in which they live. So Laila waited patiently, undergoing all the troubles of Rashid's wife, in order to protect Tariq's child and also herself during the time of war. This shows the witty nature of Laila. So there is no one whom both the women can trust but each other. They had known that submission to these rules is the only means of survival. And Rashid was about to choke Laila to death, but Mariam came into the scene and killed her husband in order to save Laila's life. So Mariam is justified in killing Rashid because he would have killed both her and Laila. So the act of murdering Rashid is almost a vengeful act for Mariam. After years of cruelty, she is the one in control and she liberates herself. And Mariam's love for Laila and her daughter Aziza made her capable of heroic acts. So I would like to conclude. Though Mariam never lived a happy life, she gave a new life to Laila by killing her own husband, Rashid, in spite of knowing the fact that she would be hanged for the crime of murder. So Mariam's endurance and bravery teaches us to fight against the evil around us and not to give up at any point in our lives. Hence, Mariam is an epitome of silent suffering and success. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. So up
Excuse me,
next,
madam.
yeah,
I am Sangeeta. Now I am joined.
Sangeeta.
Sangeeta Jose from Lovely University.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Continue.
Yes, ma'am.
You can go ahead and present your paper, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Good evening, all. Today I am presenting the seminar topic is Tribal Women in South India, a study on human rights perspective. The article examines of tribal women, human rights and empowerment. All human beings have right to live as human beings. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear? Tribal women empowerment is an essential part of doctrine of women empowerment. In this paper, explore numerous features correlated with the human rights and empowerment of tribal women in rights and empowerment of tribal women in India. Tribal population represent one of the entirely financially backward and excluded groups in India. In India, women in general and tribal women in especially are comparatively worthless and decision-making power. In India, tribal compose about 8% of total Indian population. Tribal women low wages, poor nutrition, and deficiency of access to health care, education, and training. Their requirement, the house has to empower the tribal woman. Therefore, they live the life of equality and dignity which are being dimmed by our society. The tribal woman empowerment requires full participation of those who are allowed in the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of the proceeding programs. Accordingly, any approach for women's empowerment should aim at generating the power among men and women to associate with each other in order to attain their wide possibilities as human beings, which should direct both the sex to embrace with dignity. Women's position is usually in face of their level of income, employment, education, health, and fertility, as well as their roles within the family, the community, and social. The tribal woman's status is determined by reciprocity of different socio-economic factors. Woman income is very essential factor to affect the decision-making role of women. Tribal women empowerment in India. Even so, they are yet are crawling entirely behind in district walks of life like education, employment, good health, and economic empowerment. In the global level, first effort for women empowerment wide in 1975, in year which was detected as International Women's Year. The approach of women's empowerment reveals to be the end result of number of essential analytic discussions, dialogues, and debates promoted by like women's movement across the world. In numerous analysis examines, women have been served as second-class citizens of all over the world. Women are not self-sufficient realities. The government of India has introduced number of programs for the upliftment and advancement for women. Gender equality is cherished in its preamble, fundamental rights, fundamental duties, and directive principles of states. Indian Constitution not only allows equality to women, but also empowers. There are the article gives special benefits to women in India. Article 14, Article 15, Article 16, Article 39. Tribal women are victims of gender discrimination and sexual violence in various sectors of span. In India, tribal women being financially and socially developed live at below level of status of the standard life. Conclusion. In the paper, demonstrate in view specified that endorsement directs comprehensive contribution of who so empowered in articulation, execution, and estimation to the policies. Therefore, each scheme, whereas empowerment of tribal women should focus at generating the capability between women and men into cooperate among one another, both harmonious them widest capabilities even as human beings. Tribal women in economic, social, and political domains so as to improve suitable schemes, programs, and policies in order to record them circumstance and welfare within the scenario out of esteem of right even as women and along with the tribal peoples. Thank you, madam.
Thank you. Up next, we have Reshma K.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Reshma from Kerala. I'm an assistant professor working in St. Aloysius College. Title of my paper is Pen and Pantomic, Reflection of Collective Trauma in Children's Poems on COVID-19. Pandemic literature is the usual stuff with the literary history. Trauma is defined by Erikson as a blow that produces disordered feelings and behavior. It creates a voiceless fear that splits or destroys one's identity. And collective trauma is a psychological reaction to a traumatic event that affects an entire society. It does not merely reflect a historical fact, it's a recollection of a terrible event that happened to a group of people. Issues like war, epidemics, flood, all these can be a cause for collective trauma. A collective uncertainty had affected every individual nowadays. Studies on the long-term collective impact of past epidemics, including SARS, Ebola, and all, shows an increase in panic, depression, and collective post-traumatic stress disorder. We can see people are now psychologically affected by COVID-19, especially children, we can say, because it was a sudden shift from playgrounds and schools to home, completely inside. And all they consume is anxiety, panic, depression, and fear. And this paper tries to read collective trauma reflected in the poems written by children on COVID-19. All the poems selected for study are from children worldwide, including Yemen, Gaza, United States, Colombia, South Sudan, etc. They've painted their feelings about the pandemic and their disrupted emotions through poetry. These poems were a part of an initiative by children's rights organization Save the Children. They've selected 15 poems by 15 children from 15 different countries. And all these poems contribute to breed the feelings of collective and cultural trauma and resonates individual and collective sufferings. All these literary voices assert the authenticity of their collective traumatism. We all know that an individual takes time to get through the trauma they underwent, and literature can be the finest therapy. Psychologists even advise that talking about what they experience and their thoughts and emotions as the best method or treatment to overcome post-traumatic stress disorder. Expressive writing has helped people manage effectively with the release of stress and trauma. Their intensity, thoughts, and emotions about the pandemic will lessen its effect through writing about what they endure. And some children who have written all these poems, towards the end of their poems, hope that they will have a better future after this corona. These eloquent poems talks about the enormous impact of the coronavirus on the lives of children, their strength, resiliency, and hopes for the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Up next, we have Adeline Crispin from First MA English.
Good afternoon to everyone. I'm Adeline Crispin and I'm pursuing my MA English in Holy Cross College, and my title of the paper is Elucidating an Introduction by Kamala Das is an Uncompromising Criticism of Patriarchal Society. Kamala Das was one of the most important figures among the Indian writers in English. She is noted for her rebellious writings against patriarchy, and she also noted for her straightforwardness in expressing the female sexuality. She elucidates about the exploration of the women in the male-dominated society. This poem is highly focuses on how the women is being suppressed in the patriarchal society. So Das has possessed with a stringent voice who strongly protests against this cruelty of the patriarchal society. And she has been given an idea how to establish our self-identity in the patriarchal society too. Initially the poem starts from the politics, and she exemplifies that the politics and power of the nation is always being dominated by the men, and there are only few women characters women figures were played a significant role in politics during her time. So I'm just comparing this with the present scenario. The many women were aspiring and taking part in the political game. Nevertheless, their role is highly influenced by the men, example, their partners like husband, sons, and father. And she's also expressing her identity to the patriarchal society. So she's emphasizing her as an Indian, and her color is brown too. And she has an ability to write in English as well as in the Malayalam, and she implies that her independency in expressing her thoughts and view, and she chose English as her language to expressing her thoughts and view, and it also provides her joys and her happiness to her. So her selection of writing, the language writing, was highly criticized by others, but she's so persistent about her decision. And the most important aspect of Kamala Das' writing, as I was already mentioned about her expressing female sexuality honestly. And in this poem, it's not such an exceptional one. So she shared her awful marriage experience, and here we could able to understand how our society is highly bedwelled in the patriarchal society. In simple words, we can understand that patriarchy, in the sense, father is the head of the family. That is, the man is the head of the family. So, and at very young age, she was got married. She was physically grown, but mentally not yet. So, but she was expected from her husband to be loved by her. But she was crushed in that marriage bed. So that she was mentioned that without concerning about her mindset, and her husband was trying to satisfy his thirst for the lust. So we always brought up in the society, we always meet the need which the men which was needed from us. So that was the thing, and we should always obey the words of a male who is, we always meant to be under the control of the men. So that is the thing she was expected here, and she was stingily criticized about this kind of attitude towards the woman child in this society. And due to the unbearable experience of her married life, at one point she grew hatredness toward her womanliness. He disobeys the general road which was crafted by the patriarchal society, and this is a clear depiction of her frustration and anguish towards her awful marital life. So, and she also aroused a question about identity to all the men in the society. Ultimately, their reply is I. Thus, considered this I as an ego of men. They obviously had their liberty to whatever they want to aspire. On the meanwhile, it was denied to the women. She always been crushed. She's crushed for her desires and aspiration. There is some rules and regulation, the unwritten rules and regulation for the women, how she should be. Thus, that it was highly portrayed in this poem. So, and she thought that attaining self-identity is the one way to overcome from this biased society. So she demonstrated that is a difference between the men and women in terms of joys and sorrow. And she also says that, and she declares herself as I. She states her identity in the patriarchal society. Ultimately, I want to conclude a note by she demonstrates the life of every woman in the patriarchal society through her life experiences. It is just like a mirror. Through her life experience, it acts as a mirror which expressing the life of every woman in this society. It's just an honest expression of her personal life and celebration of her essential femininity. Thus, an introduction by Kamala Das is an uncompromising criticism of patriarchal society. Thank you.
Good evening, one and all. I'm Naz, second M English from National College. My topic is the rise of female anecdote in Isabel Allende's The House of the Spirits. In her essay, Writing as an Act of Hope, Isabel Allende declares now finally women are breaking the rule of silence and raising a strong voice to question the world with a literature that does not invent a history or try to explain the world solely through reason, but also seeks knowledge through feelings and imagination. I argue that Alba Juba from Allende's The House of the Spirit is Viagant explains in subversive female narration. Her collective account, which includes her female relatives and perspectives, is a direct foil to Stephen Kuruba's rich and linear versions of events. Her woman-concerned narrations is further a symbol of triumph of women's narrations and their revisions of patriarchal and authoritarian history. Alba watches military arrays, history, and devastated the country. The stroke of the pen, but she is turned her honestness this power of writing order to resist because Alba writes her family story from the woman's perspective. She includes Nivea's compassion, Clara's intuition, Blanca's love, and her own resilience, all of which attributes are excluded from Stephen version. Alpha and her female ancestors therefore become living a symbol of a more compassing way of viewing history. Alba, the novel's main narrator, is undoubtedly the strong voice and that will question the world through her alternative female narration. She maintains control of the narrative and lets her female relatives and fellow political prisoners dictate the house of the spirits. Through her submissions of patriarchal writing and history, Alpha ultimately empowers herself, as well as the woman was her past, present, and future. Thanks for giving this opportunity. Thank you.
Whom do you have next?
I would like all upon Sudarshan.
Good evening to one and all who gathered here. I'm Sudarshan from second in English from the National College, Trichy. First of all, I'd like to thank everyone for giving me this opportunity, and I'm going to present a paper. This international online conference. My paper, my topic is feminism in a 1,000 standard suns. 1,000 standard suns. 1,000 standard suns was written by Khalid Hosseini. He was born in Afghanistan. The father worked with government, relocated to Paris, later to US because of service. Studied medicine in California, wrote The Kite Runner in 2004, he wrote 1,000 standard suns in 2009. Her father was an Afghan ambassador. Later, he moved to USA in 1980. He attended Santa Clara University in California. There is a protagonist named Mariam. Mariam grows up in a small shack outside of the city of Erode. She was brought up to know her place in society as a harami or a bastard child. She is a strong child who questions authority and dreams of a bigger thing for herself or beyond what she finds within the wall of her small shack. There is a second female protagonist, namely Laila, is the youngest child and only daughter of Hakim and Fariba. The absence of both of Laila's older brother who have gone to war makes her mature for her age and fills her with a sense of purpose. And the conclusion is, based on the story of the novel, there are two main characters, namely Mariam and Laila. They are two Afghani women who were observed by the men and their government. Mariam and Laila were illustrated through three aspects of the character, such as physiology and sociological. Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. Thank you. Thank you to all.
Good evening to all. I am Janisha. The theme of professional principle in the remits of the day is my topic. The remits of the day novel written by Kazuo Ishiguro. He's a Japanese-born British novelist. His notable
It is
works
Ananda.
are The Remains of the Day, An Artist of the Floating World, When We Were Orphans, and Never Let Me Go. He got a Booker Prize for the novel Remains of the Day. In 2017, he won Nobel Prize for Literature. The Remains of the Day mainly deals with the professional principle of the narrator. The Stevens was a great butler in Darlington Hall. He is an eminent person in his life, in his profession. This novel entirely focuses on the life of a butler who has devoted his entire life to his profession with very, very little time to spare for a personal life. This novel dwells on the value and virtues of professionalism, which to the butler can be encompassed by the term dignity. But professionalism is not just confined to Stevens butlering. It is also an important concept for the diplomacy that Lord Darlington attempts. The compound qualities of dignity and greatness Stevens taught throughout the remains of the day early in the novel. Stevens discusses the qualities that make a butler great, claiming that dignity is the essential ingredient of greatness. He illustrated the concept with a number of examples, finally concluding that dignity has to do crucially with a butler ability not to abandon the professional being he inhabits. Stevens develops this exclusively professional mindset only too well because he always done the mask of an butler. Thank you. Next, we have Sri Lakshmi.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, please go ahead. You are audible.
Okay, sir. I'm sharing the screen, sir. Good afternoon, one and all. The title of my paper is Falling Under the Double Shadow, a study of subalternity in Julia Otsuka's The Buddha in the Attic. Julia Otsuka is a powerful voice in contemporary Japanese American literature. She belongs to the third generation of Japanese American immigrants, who are also called as Sansei. She has written two novels, namely When the Emperor Was Divine and The Buddha in the Attic. In both of these novels, she portrays the injustices faced by Japanese Americans during the internment periods of the Second World War. Coming to the novel, The Buddha in the Attic, it was published in the year 2011 and won the PEN Faulkner Award for Fiction in 2012. This novel discusses the practice of picture brides, which was prevalent during the early 20th century in America. Here, the Japanese immigrant laborers who work in the plantations owned by the white Americans seek brides from their home country with the help of a matchmaker who sends their photographs to the respective bride's family. Often the photographs that they send are retouched, old, or are of different men completely. The Japanese brides becomes aware of this fact only at the time of their arrival. They are helpless and are at the mercy of the grooms in the foreign land. Most of these women decide to become picture brides due to various socio-economic reasons, which includes familial obligations, escape from poor conditions, or just to follow the new trend. This journey in search of their freedom ends up often in disappointment. They are forced to work as laborers in the plantations with their husbands or as maids in the kitchens of the white Americans. These Japanese women face challenges like they have to learn a new language and also the American way of life, etc. They were also sexually exploited by the white masters. Those of who do not comply with the demands of their masters were punished brutally, thus making them victims of both patriarchy and racial prejudice. In the novel, Utsuka also shows how Japanese women lack agencies over their own bodies. The women who are also the narrators in this novel say that they were taken by the men during the first night of their marriage, not with their full consent. They had to give birth to children as long as their husbands wanted them to. The women lacked a voice of their own, mainly due to two reasons. First of it was their failure to master the English language, and second one is that their husbands always spoke for them. their children, that is the second generation of these Japanese immigrants, becomes assimilated to the American culture easily than their parents. They become detached to their Japanese ancestry and traditions even after their mother's efforts to instill it on them. But being rejected by the white American communities, they are put into a chasm of rootlessness and uncertainty. The plight of these Japanese American women worsened after the Pearl Harbor attack by Japan on America, which paved way for the start of the Second World War. They were viewed with suspicion after this incident and forced to move to internment camps, leaving all their hard-earned assets. The last part of the novel shows how they lost their voice completely after reaching the camps. The narrative is taken over by the white neighbors who take in charge of their possessions. No one gives a second thought when the Japanese neighbors do not return and are completely forgotten. We also see that these Japanese women in the novel are not given specific names or identity by the writer Otsuka. Their narrative is formed from their collective experience. The absence of an identifiable individual voice also stresses the characters' fragmentation. Starting from being the picture brides to having ostracized for suspicion of treason, one can notice that the women are passive victims of forces that are beyond their control. They are in need of constantly reinventing themselves each time they are put in a different environment. The writer, being a Japanese American herself, is successful in providing a female point of view to the plight of her ancestors who become passive recipients of future decided by others. So according to Otsuka, they belong to an invisible world where their presence is completely ignored, making them the subaltern subjects. Thank you.
Ma'am, your comments. Ma'am?
Sir?
Yes. Any questions?
No questions in the chat box, sir.
Great. Okay then. So we had a very long afternoon session starting around, I mean, even before that we have managed to complete 5. And after that we have gone up to, the schedule is supposed to be up to 5, but we have gone, I mean, we have taken 30 minutes extra. So anyway, all were able to present, and only I think hardly 2 or 3 were not able to present. Is there anyone waiting now who missed the chance? Okay, fine. Otherwise, I thank all the participants from on behalf of the organizers. It's wonderful listening to all of you. Many different ideas today, contemplations we had. So I believe with this we will sign off for today, and we will come back once again with the link that will be shared for tomorrow exactly at 9 a.m. So we will be getting the link 30 minutes before the schedule. Okay, so thank you everybody once again.
Yeah, thank you everyone who presented their research papers and also the participants. Thank you all for today, making the day session a great one. Shall we close the meeting, sir?
Yes, ma'am. I think there are some procedures for completing the recordings. Kindly let's check once, and after that we may sign out.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay. Participants, please wait for a minute. Feedback form will be shared. Kindly wait for a minute. Feedback forms will be shared. Yes, you got it. Yes, feedback form is available. I request you to kindly fill the same to complete the procedures. Thank you.
Kaviyarasu sir, could I have the permission to leave the conference or we'll stay back, sir?